education institution in Indonesia, the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta has cooperated with foundations and institutions inside and outside the country to increase the quality of the learning process and the education development of the university. The university has worked with several institutions in Asia, Africa, Europe, America, Australia, and the Middle East.
My name is Aisyah Wardatul Jannah, and today I will be your Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Excellency, Rector of State Islamic University of Mataram, Profesor Dr. H. Masnun Thohir MAG. The Excellency, Rector of Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Amani Burhanuddin Umar Lubis LCMA. The Excellency, Rector of Maulana Qori Bangkol State Islamic Institute of Jambi, Profesor Dr. Suaidi MA PhD. The Excellency, Director of Postgraduate Studies State Islamic University of Mataram, Profesor Dr. H. Fahrur Razi MA. The Excellency, Director of Postgraduate Studies, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Phil Asep Jahar Saipuddin MA. The Excellency, Director of Postgraduate Studies, State Islamic University of Jambi, Profesor Dr. H. Ahmad Syukri SS MAG. The Excellency, Deputy Director of Postgraduate Studies, State Islamic University of Mataram, Profesor Muhammad Abdul Nasir MA PhD. The Excellency, Deputy Director of Postgraduate Studies, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta, Dr. Hamka Hasan LCMA. The Honorable all speakers and participants. First of all, let's thanks to God who has given us mercy and blessing till we come together in this great place. Secondly, salawah and salutation for the greatest Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who had brought us from darkness to the lightness. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you all in the 5th International Colloquium on Interdisciplinary Islamic Studies, Lombok, East Nusa Tenggara, Wednesday, 19 October 2022, by agenda as follows. The first agenda is opening. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all together opening this ceremony by together uttering Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The second agenda is the Quran recitation, will be cited by Komarul Huda. For Komarul Huda, please proceed to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. قل اللهم مالك الملك تؤتي الملك من تشاء تؤتي الملك تشاء وتنزع الملك وتنزع الملك ممن تشاء وتعز من تشاء وتذل من تشاء بيدك الخير بيدك الخير إنك على كل شيء قدير صدق الله العلي العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
The third agenda is singing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya, will be led by Istilam. Attendees are kindly to stand up. Attendees are kindly to be seated. The fourth agenda is memorizing in memoriam Professor Dr. H. Azyumardi Azra, who should be here today with us as one of our keynote speakers. Memorizing is started.
Professor Dr. Azumardi Azra, M.I., born in Padang Pariaman on March 4, 1955. Professor Azumardi Azra took his undergraduate education at the Tarbiyah Faculty of IAIN Jakarta. He continued his studies at the Language and Culture of Easterns Department and History Department, Columbia University in 1988 and received a Master of Art degree. In 1990, he earned a Master of Philosophy and Doctor of Philosophy with his dissertation title, The Transmission of Islamic Reformism to Indonesia. Network of Middle Eastern and Malay Indonesian Ulama in the 17th and 18th centuries, which was published simultaneously in Canberra, Honolulu, and Leiden in Netherlands. Professor Azumardi Azra has been a lecturer at the Adab Faculty and the Tarbiyah Faculty since 1992. He was the former Chancellor of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta for the period 1988 until 2006, then became the postgraduate director in 2006. He was the Press Council Chairman for the period 2022 until 2025. He received an honorary degree as Commander of the Order of the British Empire and became the first Sir in Indonesia in 2010. However, he passed away on his way to Malaysia on September 18, 2022.
And now, it's time for the prayer. Will be led by Professor Dr. H. Fahrul Razi M.A. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelum kita berdoa, mari kita baca Fatihah. Kita niatkan kepada kedua orang tua kita masing-masing, ke seluruh guru-guru kita semua. Akhussu bidzikr Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Azumardi Azra. Lahumul Fatihah. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Amin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد يا ربنا لك الشكر يا ربنا لك الجزاء يا ربنا لك الفضل كما ينبغي لوجهك الكريم ولعظيم سلطانك اللهم يا معطي العطيات ائتنا خيري الدنيا والآخرة يا منزل الحسنات ارزقنا حسنة الدنيا حسنة الآخرة يا منزل البركات بارك لنا في أسماعنا وأبصارنا وقواتنا وقلوبنا وأفكارنا وأولادنا وبناتنا وأزواجنا وعلومنا وجميع ما أعطيتنا يا رب العالمين ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا ربنا زدنا علما وارزقنا فهما ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وأدخلنا ووالدينا وأولادنا وبناتنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رب العالمين وصلى الله على خير خلق محمد نبي الأمي وآله وصحبه وبارك وسلم بفضلك العظيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next agenda is acknowledgement of conference report will be delivered by Arif Zamhari MAG PhD as the head committee program of ICIIS 2022. Time and place is provided.
Arif Zamhari MA PhD is an associate professor at Postgraduate School of State Islamic University of Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, Indonesia. His research interests include Islamic studies, anthropology of religion, Islamic education, and Islamic ritual. Arif Zamhari received the Yale Fellow 2010 award, and he also received Australian Short-Term Awards, Australian Awards Indonesia in 2019, and Central Queensland University International Fellow 2022. He holds a doctorate in Asian Studies from the Australian National University, a master's degree in Islamic thought from State Islamic Institute of Imam Bonjol Padang, West Sumatra, and a bachelor's degree in Islamic education from State Islamic Institute of Sunan Ampel, Malang, Indonesia. He is the head of study program of Magister on Islamic Studies Postgraduate School, State Islamic University Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Arif is National Reviewer of Research and Academic Publication and Social Service, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia, 2018 until now. Editorial Board for Mora Routledge Publication, 2021 until now. And Editorial Board of several academic journals. Journal Editor of Konspektualita Islamic University of Sultan Toha Kosim Jambi, Sumatra. Journal Editor of Indo-Islamica Postgraduate School of State Islamic University Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Journal Editor of Empirical Research in Islamic Education Quality, State Islamic Institute Kudus, Central Java, Indonesia. Journal Reviewer of Uaduna, Journal on Religious and Society, State Islamic Institute of Bukit Tinggi, West Sumatra. Journal Reviewer of Leadership, Journal on Islamic Education Management, Sekolah Tinggi Mahat Ali Malang, East Java. He is noted coordinator of Program Manager Unit of 5,000 Doctor Scholarship, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia. He is now the Director of Islamic Boarding School Al-Hikam, Depok, West Java.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. After 4 successful sessions of International Colloquium on Interdisciplinary Islamic Studies Conference, we are proud to present the 5th edition of ICIIS. We believe that the ICIIS 2022 is an excellent and exceptional opportunity which enable researchers to present and discuss the latest innovations, results, and developments in their research topics. The conference provides an international forum for academicians, researchers, practitioners, and students to present their research findings to global experts. The event will incorporate extensive discussion and consist of additional workshops, guest speakers, sessions, and social events that will help our future leaders develop networks and transform their ideas into actions. The ICIIS 2022 provides a forum for presenting and discussing the latest innovations, results, and developments in religion, education, science, and technology in an inclusive and sustainable world. We present several tracks that are separated into 5 thematic areas. Each ICIIS 2022 track is a carefully curated selection of sessions and activities focused on an important current or emerging issues. There is 118 paper submission and only 45 papers are accepted to be presented in this conference. The accepted papers will be presented in one of the regular sessions, and will be published in the conference proceedings volume. All accepted papers are submitted to Taylor and Francis. On behalf of the ICIIS 2022 committee, we wish to extend our warm welcome and would like to thank to all keynote speakers, reviewers, authors, and committees for their effort, guidance, contribution, and valuable support. Finally, thanks to all lecturers and staff of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, the Graduate School of Mataram State Islamic University, University of Sultan Toha Saifuddin in Jambi, the Ummah University, and other parties that directly or indirectly make this event successful. Here's montage of the 5th International Colloquium on Interdisciplinary Islamic Studies Conference 2022. Wal-hidayahumullahu muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The seventh agenda is welcoming speech will be conveyed by the Director of Graduate School, Syarif Hidayatullah, State Islamic University of Jakarta, Professor Dr. Phil Asep Jahar Saifuddin MA. Time and place is provided.
Asep Saifuddin Jahar is a professor in sociology of Islamic law at Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta, UIN, Jakarta. Currently, he is the Director of Graduate School of State Islamic University, Jakarta, SBS UIN Jakarta. Prior to his recent professional position, he was the Dean of Sharia and Law Faculty, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Asep completed his PhD degree in Islamic law majoring in Islamic philanthropy at Leipzig University, Germany. His research interests revolves around Islamic law and its application in Muslim society as well as Islamic philanthropy. Professor Asep Saifuddin Jahar, MA PhD, has been actively involved in various academic and community development forums, either as a speaker or community developer. He has also published various research articles and books. One of his great works is an article published in Journal of Studia Islamica, one of the most prestigious Islamic studies journals, entitled Marketing Islam Through Zakat Institution in Indonesia. He is also a reviewer for several international academic journals in the area of Islamic law, sociology, and philanthropy.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wabihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Honorable audience, especially to Professor Dr. Masnun Tahir, MA, Rector of State Islamic University Mataram, Professor Dr. Suwaidi Ash'ari, MA, Rector of UIN Jambi, Professor Dr. Amani Lubis, Rector of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Professor Dr. Fahroji, MA, Director of Graduate Studies UIN Mataram, Professor Dr. Ahmad Shukri, Director of Graduate UIN Jambi, President of Ummah University, Kenya, M. Toyib, Director of IAI, Sheikh Maulana Qori Bangko, and all distinguished speakers and participants. In this opportunity, allow me here to extend my warm greeting to all the delegates and participants in Mataram, Lombok, Indonesia. This is the 5th event of International Colloquium on Interdisciplinary Islamic Studies as hosted by UIN Mataram on October 19 until 20, 2022. This colloquium is made in collaboration with home and foreign universities. Therefore, first of all, I would like to thank UIN Mataram, UIN Jambi, and all international partners, especially from Yuma University in Kenya that have organized this international event. Dear keynote speakers, distinguished guests, and participants, almost 3 years we have been suffer with coronavirus pandemic and forced us to deal all activities with a more flexible approach. This important event, however, should be done as our effort to continuously develop academic contribution and reputation. The 5th International Colloquium on Interdisciplinary Islamic Studies focuses this year on religion, education, science, and technology toward a more inclusive and sustainable future. We believe this event will utilize knowledge to transform our resources and improve collaboration between academic researchers and professionals. Campus involvement in this process is something that must be maintained in order to improve academic reputation, knowledge, and experience between universities. I would like also to extend our gratitude to Taylor and Francis as our publishing partner. This partnership with a reputable publisher is expected to bring ICIIS publication to reach more audiences and, however, a broader impact to society in general. I hope this annual event of ICIIS will strengthen our collaboration and contribute to people in general in all levels of society. That this is the paper that will be presented today and tomorrow, I hope will also be shared and contribute to our research and finding that will improve our academic reputation and also will strengthen our collaboration in the future. And again, once again, I would like to thank all the participants, speakers, and distinguished guests, and have a nice conference. Enjoy Lombok, and don't forget to go around here. I think this is very enjoyable place and it is very comfortable. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And now it's time for the welcoming and opening speech will be delivered by Director of State Islamic University of Mataram, Professor Dr. H. Masnun Thohir MAG. Time and place is provided.
Professor Dr. Haji Masnun Thohir was officially inaugurated as Rector of the State Islamic University UIN Mataram for the period 2021 to 2025 by the Minister of Religion of the Republic of Indonesia in July 2021. He studied for his bachelor's until doctoral degree at UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. He currently serves as chairman of the PWNU NTB for the 2019 to 2024 term. In addition, he also has been registered as a permanent lecturer at IAIN Mataram and a lecturer at STIT Nurul Hakim NTB. Professor Masnun is also active in expressing his opinions and ideas through his writing spread in various journals, dissertation, Hukum Islam dan Dinamika Sosial, Studi Pemikiran Hukum Islam para Tuan Guru di Pulau Lombok NTB, Doctoral Dissertation 2011, and book Politik Hukum Islam di Indonesia, Konsepsi, Kontekstualisasi, dan Implementasi, Pustaka Lombok Publisher 2017.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wa bihi nasta'inu ala umurid dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'du. Dear Excellency, the Director of Islamic State University of Syarif Hidayatullah, the Excellency, Director of Sultan Taha Saifuddin Jambi, Islamic State University Sultan Taha Saifuddin Jambi, Professor Ahmad Suaidi, the Director of Postgraduate Islamic State University of Jakarta, of Mataram, Jambi, dan all speaker, all participant, ladies and gentlemen. To first of all, let's thank Allah who's given us the time, opportunity to conduct this international colloquium on Islamic interdisciplinary, the fifth international colloquium on interdisciplinary Islamic studies in Mataram. Thank you for every one of you for being here today to attend the luxurious forum or international forum in collaboration with Twin Mataram, Syarif Hidayatullah, Jambi, dan etc. Secondly, salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has given us, always block us from the darkness to the lightness. Ladies and gentlemen, saya ini tidak terlalu fokus karena pikirannya macam-macam. Karena saya memikirkan ICIIS, ya, kemudian hari santri. Tapi itu tidak mengurangi, ya, ini sebuah, I'm very happy to attending here to discuss, ya, to sharing knowledge and experience about interdisciplinary Islamic studies. Let me begin by giving you warm welcome to the third International Colloquium on Interdisciplinary Islamic Studies. Intinya memang seperti ini ya. Jadi diskursus tentang Islamic Studies ya, dengan berbagai perspektif itu sangat perlu ya. Di luar sana orang bicara tentang, ada pertanyaan ini, kok hari ini masih bicara tentang fikih, tentang hadis, orang sudah bicara tentang bulan. Saya bilang sampean tidak pernah ke bulan apalagi tahu fikih apa itu. Jadi kadang-kadang ada yang memang tadi itu ya. Jadi memang tidak pernah belajar tentang Colloquium. Jadi isi kepala kok isinya hanya sampah. Nah, itu orang di luar sana. Jadi yang mohon maaf ini memang kadang-kadang ada pemikiran-pemikiran seperti itu karena memang jarang ikut diskusi. Ya, seandainya diskusi datang terlambat dan itu tidak cari barokahnya tapi cari honornya. So thank you very much for ya. Luar biasa forum ini ya. Jadi saya menyiapkan sambutan tapi kelihatannya susah saya akan baca karena tadi ya. Tapi sekali lagi bahwa kami dari UIN Mataram mengucapkan banyak terima kasih ya, pertama Pak Direktur Pasca yang terus bagaimana UIN ini kan tidak sekedar apa ya regional recognize tapi road to international recognize, dan ini juga prefer to ICIIS, road to ICIIS yang insya Allah akan kita dibuka oleh Pak Menteri besok. Mohon jam 6 kurang ini, jam 18 ya sudah di kampus 2 ya. Pokoknya kalau cinta ilmu itu tidak butuh undangan. Penyakitnya kan begitu, diundang tidak datang, tidak diundang cari undangan. Nanti saya tidak tanda tangan SPPD-nya. Jadi karena ini kemudian saya kira sudah diundang oleh Pak Direktur, saya paham Pak Direktur Pasca UIN Mataram sangat pintar dan lebih cerdas dari saya. Jadi belum saya angkat tangan, baru angkat kaki sudah paham, apalagi angkat tangan. Nah, yang kedua bagaimana kontribusi kita, saya kira di dalam bidang pendidikan, sains, teknologi dan isu-isu, the current issue in Islamic Studies hari ini memang sangat dibutuhkan kehadiran UIN, kehadiran umat Islam ya untuk hadir di saat memang Indonesia ini menjadi referensi, menjadi destinasi kajian keislaman. Jadi makanya saya sangat apresiasi ya ketika diceritakan oleh Pak Direktur, Pak Wadir ya. Mohon maaf tadi semua Wadir. Jadi insya Allah jadi hari ini memang banyak kegiatan-kegiatan, tapi tentunya kita bagaimana mendapatkan ya informasi-informasi, kemudian hazanah-hazanah atau perspektif New Horizon tentang perkembangan terakhir di Islamic Studies, dan kita masih dalam bulan yang penuh dengan kedukaan ya tadi, karena salah seorang master kita, begawan kita yang selama ini kan sejarah ICIIS juga tidak bisa dilepaskan oleh Prof. Azra ya, perkembangan intelektual Islam di Indonesia. Kalau bahasanya Asep Burhanuddin Muhtadi dalam Facebooknya, sentuhan tangannya bagikan Raja Midas yang semuanya melahirkan karya-karya yang monumental ya, pemikiran-pemikiran yang brilian. Makanya wajar kalau kita sangat kehilangan sosok Profesor Azra. Apalagi kemudian kalau sudah tahun 2013 itu saya banyak mendapatkan ilmu ketika beliau menjadi SC di ICIIS ke-13. Jadi duet antara Prof. Azra dengan Prof. Amin saya kira luar biasa, dan memang benar ya bikabdil ulama itu Kiai Arif Zamhari ya. Jadi kalau kita ini kan ikut-ikut aja, saya ini profesor, sebenarnya yang ilmunya beliau ya. Jadi bikabdil ulama dengan meninggalkan atau mewafatkan para ulama dan para profesor. Nah, itu jadi tidak mencabut lagi dari makalah itu, ilmu itu oleh Allah, tapi dengan mencabut para profesor kita, para intelektual kita. Hari ini kita bagian dari hifzul akli, memelihara akal pikiran kita, bukan memelihara akal sehat, dong kita sudah akal sehat gitu kan. jadi memelihara akal kita dan warisan-warisan suci dari para intelektual kita. Jadi apalagi para cendekiawan kita telah lebih dari 20 terakhir ya melakukan kajian-kajian yang serius tentang perkembangan Interdisciplinary Islamic Studies. Apalagi kalau kita baca karya-karya Prof. Amin Abdullah yang saya kira sangat mencerahkan, sangat memberikan referensi buat kita untuk bagaimana melanjutkan diskursus Islamic Studies yang berbasis pada interdisipliner, transdisipliner, dan multidisipliner. Oleh sebab itu, it is important to organize an academic forum that can frame international Islamic studies and effort to explain to the world that Islamic civilization, Islamic studies in Indonesia is a civilization that can exist and keep up ini lanjut ya, atau solihun fi keep up with the time, solihun fi kulli zamanin wa makanin, bahasa Pak Nasir ya. So in this forum will be discussed very interesting topic covering the effect of investment, the urgency of multi-class education, and many more. Well, I don't not want to take too much of your time. I need to hand over to committee to immediately start the interesting discussion. I would like to say one more congratulations on behalf of rector, on behalf of Islamic State University of Mataram of this international colloquium. It is great to see so many of you here. Finally, let's open this international colloquium by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hadanallahu yakum ajma'in wa billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wallahul muwaffiq wal hadi ila sabilir rasyad wa ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
By the end of the ceremony agenda series, let's all together uttering Alhamdulillah. However, last but not least, we will proceed to the parallel session schedule and will be led by Adi Alimah with the first keynote speaker called Helsing PhD. However, before that, we will have photo sessions first. And for the Rector of State Islamic University of Mataram and the officials, and also from the guests from Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta and others, please proceed to the stage. All participants, kindly proceed to the stage to take a photo session.
Tok tok. Mari Bapak Ibu untuk berfoto bersama. Kita ngeriung aja, boleh ada yang mungkin masih kuat untuk jongkok. Di depan silahkan. Mari. Itu yang di belakang pakai batik. Ayo silakan. Mungkin diatur dulu. Mungkin yang gimana ya ngomongnya yang masih agak muda gitu bisa jongkok dulu di depan. Nah sama saya boleh nanti jongkok di depan. Silahkan. Oh ya, Pak Johar, Pak Sabil tolong ya. Ini pegang kamera. Gue mau ikut soalnya. Ini bisa digini, di adjust gini. Tapi jangan kecil-kecil banget. Udah? Ada lagi? Bapak? Ayo. Enggak udah apa-apa, nanti aku minta Mas Hanan. Oh iya.
Pak, mulai lepas tuh Pak iketannya Pak. Tancepin lagi Pak. Pakunya tancepin lagi. Mas Fadlan puterin video.
Iya, nggak kelihatan orang. Mas Fadlan. Mas, ditutup dulu.
Conference rule. Oh lagi moto. Oh iya. Nah, ini rapi banget.
Perlu.
Kita udah keren nih. Kan untuk kita pakai batik yang
Itu seragamnya
seragam cewek-cewek. Enggak. Bapak circle-nya perempuan. Dua buat siapa?
Masuk apa Wi? Masuk apa lagi di sini? Di sini langsung. Keynote ya? Sudah.
Sampai jam ini ini lagi.
Speakernya udah.
Kan jam 9 ini kan mana? Ini jam 10 kan? Iya, masih 15. Iya, kenapa? Enggak apa-apa, masih ada waktu buat. Iya. Oh. Iya, silakan ayo. Masukin video itu biar ini. Oh, enggak montage aja montage. Nih belakang kita. Katanya Mas Fadlan. Conference rule aja.
Bapak Ibu sambil menunggu sesi keynote, silahkan menikmati coffee break yang di pojok belakang sana. Sambil keynote-nya akan dimulai pukul 10.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are having two keynote speakers. One is from the USA and the other one is from the Philippines. They are talking about quite different topics. One is about economics and the other one is about how universities in Manila, the Philippines, conduct some programs in engaging like the poor and the needy, like charity organization, something like that. But our previously we would have Dr. Abdullah Sahin from the United Kingdom, from the University of Warwick, but his schedule is moved to tomorrow's schedule. So now we are having Dr. Carl Hensing from High Point University. He's from the Department of Religion and Philosophy. Dr. Helsing is delivering a speech on obscuring the way, critiquing the values and standards of economic success. So he's presenting and discussing some theories and concepts of economics from diverse perspective of religion, science, technology, and future sustainability. I saw that he's presenting and talking about like theories from Adam Smith, John Locke, John Dewey, and also from Buddhism and Taoism, but I didn't see a topic or a discussion on Islam. Maybe in the discussion later we can ask and elaborate further how Islam contribute to the world economic success. Dr. Helsing, we are glad to have you here because I know in USA it's night time, probably 12-hour time difference from Lombok. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So could you hear us clearly?
Very clear.
Okay. Dr. Helsing, the floor is yours.
First of all, thank you very much for this invitation and this immense honor to speak. I am very grateful and very excited. One of my big disappointments, one of my big frustrations has been unable to travel the last few years and to be able to see people and meet people and go places, because it's by this way that we expand our minds, right? We expand our horizons by going and seeing and talking to people. And so I'm immensely thankful for this opportunity to be here with you all, even in this virtual space, and to speak with you all. So thank you very much, first of all. Having said that, I would like to see, I think first, do you have the slides in front? Or how would you like to present the slides?
You can open your slide or...
Okay.
You can share.
I'm going to share screen. Okay. So my apologies, I'm looking for the share screen. Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry. Okay, so thank you all very much, and my apologies for the delay. Can you see the slides now?
Yes.
What's that? Okay, all right. Thank you all, and thank you all for your patience. So I very much appreciate it. So Yes, I very much appreciate this. So I'll go ahead and start, and I need to minimize that. Okay, so this talk is on obscuring the way, critiquing the values and standards of economic success, and this is specifically for ICIIS and the discussion on religion, science, technology, and future sustainability. My interest in this grew with a conference where we previously asked the question, what if we reject growth and profit as the primary markers of economic success? What if we reject the assumption that growth, and particularly infinite growth, is the core economic value necessary for improving the quality of life? This leads to alternate values, and this leads to alternate measures for success. Alternate values include sustainability and renewability. And these are not new values, but these are values that people have spoken of for decades and have gone unheard. But we also are now developing alternate measures, sustainability indices, and world happiness reports. We are developing alternate ways of looking at success. But we have to contend with the role of profit in economic theory. And how do we contend with the dominance of profit, particularly in liberal and neoliberal economic theory? So profit, and the idea of profits and increasing profits in particular, plays a key role as a value, as an organizing principle in economic theory, plays a key role as the primary goal or standard or measure, and a key mechanism of regulation, right? So the way in which decisions are made. We see the theoretical foundations of this in philosophies of Adam Smith and The Wealth of Nations from 1776, and John Locke, A Theory of Property. And we have to contend with this in the relationship of growth and neoliberalism. So kind of modern contemporary economic patterns. Some of the consequences of this are with our own values, that we value acquisition and control over integration and harmony, or that neoliberal or contemporary economics frequently values acquisition and control over integration and harmony, that economics values consumption over sustainability or renewal. This poses consequences for local conditions, erosion or erasure of local production. Local production disappears. Production disappears from local communities. This results in despair, in unrest, in instability. This results in conditions for political instability. In global circumstances, we see the fragility of commercial networks. This is particularly true during COVID, where we could see the disruptions of supply chains, right? Complexity, opacity, and lack of regulation promote abuse. So the use of commercial networks also plays a role in political and military conflicts. So these complex networks predicated on infinite growth have many difficult consequences. Now, I want to look at this from a combination of religion and philosophy. And in looking at religion, I look at religion as very much an integrating part of human experience. So from the perspective of kasir and symbolic form, we see religion not as a separate sphere of human experience, but religion as an organizing mechanism in human experience. The human capacity for imagination and expression that gives rise to symbolic form is the same capacity that gives rise to all the arts and sciences, that there is something fundamental about human imagination and that some thinkers will regard as divine. Dewey and experience, so interconnection of life by principles, concepts, or experiences that integrate experience into a coherent whole. This is the domain of religion, right? So religion is not a separate field, but religion is an integrating experience to human experience. So first, I want to think about some non-anthropocentric voices in religion, some voices from religious perspectives that emphasize taking human beings out of the center of the picture. We see this particularly in indigenous religion. So in Native American religion, we see sometimes we, the people, do not realize all the living things out there have got a voice. They have got a spirit like we do. All the life on this earth today has to take care of each other. Those are the reasons why my people used to tell me, whenever you take a life of all different things, make sure you tell them why you are taking their life. Even if it is a plant, it understands you. It can work with you if you ask. When you ask those things to take care of you, it can take care of you. This is from Corbin Harney, an American Indian. Our stories remember. Animals remember what humans forget. Seeing animals as of lesser value than humans has always been called foolishness in American Indian cultures. Not only traditional stories, but personal experience taught by the elders of all our nations that the animal people care for their families, feel love and sympathy, anger and despair, just as human beings do. By observing the animals, humans can learn many things. This is Joseph Bruchac. So we also see themes of sustainability in religion, that religion addresses economic concerns of sustainability, right? The Chinese thinker Mencius says, do not violate the farming seasons, and there will be more crops than can be successfully eaten. Do not put numerous nets in the still waters, and there will be more fish and turtles than can be successfully eaten. Use the axes and hatchets in the forests in the right seasons, and there will be more lumber than can be successfully used. If the crops, fish, and turtles cannot all be successfully consumed, if they cannot be overeaten, if the lumber cannot all be successfully used or overused, this allows people to care for the living and mourn the dead without dissatisfaction or regrets. This is the way of kings. And he gives further instructions, right? For planting of mulberry trees, right? For raising poultry, for piglets, dogs, right? Do not neglect their seasons, right? For the elderly, right? They may eat meat, right? In the 100 mu fields. Do not rob them of their times of planting, and families with numerous mouths to feed will not go hungry. So there really is a sense here that proper sustainability is a core part of human happiness, that if people have the resources they need to care for the people they care about, this is happiness. So we also see in religion tendencies to put human beings at the center. And one concern of this does come from Abrahamic religions. And there is a hierarchy that is commonly discussed in Abrahamic religions. This is found in Genesis, where God creates nature and provides knowledge. God creates humanity and assigns humanity with the task of managing natural resources for sustenance. And then God creates nature, and nature serves as resources for humanity. There is also a hierarchy of language that is different from our earlier examples, right? In Abrahamic traditions, frequently, God specifically possesses the divine word, that God is the divine word, God delivers the divine word, God reveals the divine word. Human beings speak human language, and nature is frequently mute. However, there are voices in Abrahamic religions that are different. Right? There are voices that provide alternate views. The primary scriptures, the Tanakh, the Bible, the Quran, All regard, all admonish against waste and greed. All. All Abrahamic traditions also emphasize the struggle against sinful, self-destructive desires that come between the self and God, including gluttony and greed. And all Abrahamic traditions develop voices that view nature as the manifestation of divine splendor. We see this particularly in the transcendental tradition of Emerson and Thoreau, or in the Sufi poetry of the Persian poet Rumi, in his famous reflections on unification. We also see examples in religion on how craving leads to society. We see origins of social organization that come out of problematic human desires. In Buddhism, there is a story of how craving leads to economic activity, that craving leads to the formation of the state. A certain being, greedy from former birth, said, "What can this be?" and tasted the sweet earth with his finger. He was delighted with the flavor, and craving overcame him. Others followed his example and tasted earth until they were all feasting on it, breaking off pieces with their hands, and as they did so, their radiance faded. Then someone of a lazy disposition thought to himself, "Why do I go to the trouble of fetching rice night and morning? I will fetch enough for supper and breakfast in one journey." Then another man saw him and said, "Come on, my friend, let's go and fetch our rice." "I've got enough," the first man replied. "I have fetched enough in one journey for both supper and breakfast." So the second man followed the first man's example and fetched enough rice for 2 days at once. And thus gradually people took to storing enough rice for as much as 8 days at a time. And from the time that people took to feeding on stored rice, the grain became covered with dust and husks enveloped it. The stems did not grow again, and there were pauses in its growth when the stubble stood in clumps. So in Buddhism, loss of the Dharma leads to descent into mere subsistence and hoarding, and ultimately to division and conflicts over division and the imposition of rulers. So in Buddhism, a sense of craving or unsatisfied craving, an inability to stop craving, leads to the growth of economic activity and state regulation. Where I really want to turn now is modern economics finds its foundations in the theories of Locke and Smith. These are Enlightenment figures who shape ideas of property and economic value. For John Locke, economic value has its basis in property, and property begins with self-ownership, ownership of one's own body and ownership of one's own labor. Locke translates this principle of self-ownership into justification for enclosure. But a man, as he writes, is entitled to as much land as he can use before the enclosure leads to waste. This idea of enclosure has its basis in Tudor England, when English monarchs enclosed the land and English nobility closed the land and cut off fields from common usage. Locke's theory of property privileges enclosure and labor as the criteria for ownership. And this is an individualistic theory based on an assumed inviolability of the individual will. Problems with Locke's theory, however, is that this incorrectly ignores the role of social relations in recognizing, respecting, and regulating property claims. As communitarian thinkers demonstrate, there are no rights without communities to recognize and enforce those rights. This is particularly true for property. Property claims have no meaning except within civic frameworks where they can be respected by society. And Locke's claims may seem benign, but they serve to underpin rationalizations for colonial conquest and expansion. And Locke himself argued that lands in the Americas would be vastly more productive if taken from native people. Adam Smith provides the basis for economic standards and for economic value in his writings In the State of Nature. Smith's division between capital and labor depends on a mythological state of nature. So this is in The Wealth of Nations. In The Wealth of Nations, Smith writes that industrious persons amassed wealth and property, while those who were lazy and unindustrious did not. And this is in a time prior to the formation of society, that this is a mythological state of nature that exists prior to a social contract. And this mythology rewrites the history of enclosure in Tudor England, which is actually a history of consolidating economic and political power. So Smith's State of Nature creates a false dichotomy between human beings and nature. Human beings have always and will always exist within natural processes and must learn to respect the natural processes that sustain human life. Human beings have always existed within social relations, both narrowly and broadly. Narrowly in terms of families and kinship, and broadly in terms that all human beings exist as part of a natural environment. All nature is part of our environment. Smith also discusses the effects of population, profits, and prosperity. And this is where we start to think about the standards and mechanisms of profits. When Smith discusses population, he simply thinks in terms of supply and demand. He does not think about sustainability. For Smith, every species of animal multiplies in proportion to its means of subsistence. The commodification of labor regulates the growth of population. Increasing the reward of labor increases the growth of population. And Smith regards the liberal or generous reward of labor as the necessary effect and cause of the greatest public prosperity. It is useful for the increase of population and thus an increase in productivity and the easing of conditions. So for Smith, he envisions this as more population increases productivity. More productivity increases prosperity. Notably, and fascinatingly, he notes that when resources are scarce, this results in difficulties for the working poor. Right. So this leads me to my key question. What if we reject growth as a primary value, right? Predicated in terms as Smith and Locke. We know that infinite growth is conceptually unrealistic, practically unsustainable, and morally unjust, right? As early as 1973, we have seen voices with alternate values, right? Particularly E.F. Schumacher, small is beautiful, right? And Schumacher argues that natural resources are treated, that in standard economics, natural resources are treated as expendable income, but they should be treated as capital. They should be treated as exhaustible resources. Environmental resistance, right, to industrialized pollution is limited, right? Ecosystems can only tolerate so much waste. And technological development does not solve underlying problems of unsustainable economies. And Schusterman formulates what he calls a Buddhist economics that calls for local sustainability, local environmental responsiveness, and decreasing the scale of consequences from convoluted economic relationships. And we really see this with contemporary issues where we see complex economic schemes resulting in economic disasters for people in different parts of the world that are tied together through economic relationships that they don't understand. Another voice is William McDonough and a vote for Thoreau and the idea of circular economies, right? So William McDonough writes against industrial economics, that industrial economics measure efficiency solely in terms of output, but economic efficiency needs to be measured in terms of sustainability. Waste is a design failure. Unsustainability is a design failure. Resources consumed should be 100% renewable. Products manufactured should be 100% recyclable. Production should be 100% non-toxic. Industrial cycles and biological cycles should be separate, meaning that if I make a non-biological component, that component should be 100% recyclable. If I make a product with a biological component or a biodegradable component, it should be 100% biodegradable. This is his idea of a circular economy. But what if we reject profit as a primary measure? This is where things get very complicated. So success as the continual growth of profit is impossible, right? In the state, continual growth of profit depends on continually increasing consumption of resources. At the corporate level, continual growth of profits depends on continual expansion of operations. At the individual level, success as continual growth of profit ignores the needs and conditions of the individual. So success as continual growth of profit is unjust, right? Growth in profits obscures or ignores the fairness of the distribution. And we can see here actually issues in per capita income versus income inequality. And you can see on the bottom, on the x-axis, that you can see gross domestic product per capita. And then on the y-axis, you can see the Gini coefficient, which is a measure of income inequality. So you can see that there are issues as that GDP as a measure of success, right, doesn't adequately capture inequality or unjustness, that you have to measure it other ways. Right? So GDP obscures the cost of living, right? If you're looking just at GDP, it obscures the cost of living. If you're looking just at gross domestic product, it treats the quality of life as reducible to property and economic activity. So measures like per capita income can also be problematic because they create an ideal average that doesn't necessarily exist. So continual growth ignores material conditions in favor of abstract results. Continual growth is impossible. We're all limited by the constraints of life. And continual growth fuels fantasies of biological immortality, right? So some of this deals with the dangers of abstract. Now, I want to talk about some possible different ways of looking at this. This is nearing the end of this talk. And I'm very interested in thinking about different ways to measure success and different ways that we can think about this. But there's a danger here that any measure is an abstraction. And abstraction simplifies irreducibly complex conditions. Something is always omitted. When we create conceptual variables or conceptual representations, we always omit something out of the complexity of our experience. And abstraction has no metaphysical correspondence. Abstraction can at best serve as an intermediary, as something that goes between myself and the world I live in. There are practical limitations with abstract values, right? Abstraction opens possibilities of abuse. This is particularly true when we think about obscuring conditions behind variables or standards, right? So one of the reasons I'm concerned about things like GDP is that we see that we do not necessarily get better results with more spending. If you look at healthcare spending in the United States, you can see that healthcare spending in the United States vastly, vastly above and beyond other countries, but does not achieve the same results in terms of life expectancy. Right? So actually the cost of healthcare in the United States is a significant social issue and results in, unfortunately, severe healthcare outcomes for many patients. Right? So we can see that other countries pay far less for healthcare, but actually have better results. So this is very experimental, But this leads me to think, what if we stop valuing GDP, right, as a primary measure, and how can we think about other possible measures? And this is very experimental. And what I want to encourage other people to do is to think about what kinds of measures can we use. This is one possibility that I'm looking at, is that what if we look at life expectancy? What if we look at life expectancy and then measure that against CO2 production and GDP? The idea here being that what can we actually achieve with life, but actually without, I should say, by spending the least in terms of pollution and in terms of economic output. So you see some examples here that are interesting, but where I think it gets really interesting is if we start looking at this at a national level. The countries that perform the best in terms of the highest life expectancy for the least pollution and least GDP is actually very interesting. So the Democratic Republic of the Congo, St. Kitts and Nevis, right? American Samoa, Indonesia, right? So all of these actually perform very well in terms of life expectancy, but actually have low GDPs or comparatively lower GDPs and lower CO2, which is, I think, really fascinating. And this is what I think is really important to start looking at. So and I want to finish just with this thought, that this is from the Tao Te Ching: heaven is eternal, earth is enduring. The reason heaven and earth can be eternal and enduring is because they do not live for themselves, and therefore they can live for forever. So thank you very much. I very much appreciate the opportunity to put these thoughts forward to you all for your consideration. It is an incredible honor, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Helsing. It's very interesting that you didn't write anything about Islam in your PowerPoint, but thank you that you mentioned something about Jalaluddin Rumi, a Persian poet, if I'm not mistaken. Personally, I never refer to Jalaluddin Rumi when I discuss about economics. So probably later in the discussion session, I personally want to elaborate how do you perceive Jalaluddin Rumi in economic discussion? And the second one, in addition to GDP, I think we as Indonesian, we use like Human Development Index to measure a success of a region. For example, West Nusa Tenggara, where we live, I think ranked probably 30 or 31st of 34 provinces in Indonesia. Is quite probably it's like for the fourth rank from the bottom, the province where we are having the conference now. Now we are turning to our second speaker from Philippines, Dr. Castillo. Are you there now?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Dr. Fides del Castillo. My apology for mispronouncing your name. How should I pronounce your name?
Yeah, that's correct. That's Fides.
Okay. Fides del Castillo is an associate professor in the Department of Theology and Religious Education at the La Salle University, Manila, Philippines. Her research interests includes intercultural theology, religious education, empirical theology, psychology of religion, and spirituality. Now, Dr. Castillo is talking about, I cannot pronounce this word, pakikipagkapwa. How do you say it?
That's pakikipagkapwa. In English, that's fellowship.
Okay. It's a Filipino culture. It's about fellowship as mode for inclusive and sustainable future in faith-based universities and organizations in the Philippines. Dr. Castillo, we would like to listen to your further explanation. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you again to Dr. Rina for inviting me here. And of course, I really enjoyed listening to Dr. Carl Helsing Allow me to share with you my screen. Okay, so if Dr. Helsing a while ago talked about religion in general, I'll be looking at inclusivity, openness, sustainability in a more specific context. So my talk is about pakikipagkapwa. It's a Filipino term which means fellowship. And I'd like to use this as a mode for an inclusive and sustainable future in faith-based universities and organizations in the Philippines. But of course, this will also have an impact not only in the country, but also in Asia and in the world. So allow me to begin with my objectives for this morning. So first is for me to share with you and to utilize pakikipagkapwa or fellowship, as I've mentioned, and the Depositum Fidei as an island to unravel the forms of openness and dialogue in faith-based universities in the Philippines. And then, of course, to also promote positive, inclusive relations and social cohesion using this concept of fellowship. And the third objective is to contribute to a deeper understanding of inclusive and sustainable future in the contemporary times. Now, I'd like to begin with a word from Anne Tran. She's a theologian, and she said that the prevalence of religious diversity indicates that a homogeneous understanding of faith or even God is untenable. So it means that a lot of us are here together working in communities, even though we have different faith beliefs, but inclusivity and openness is necessary for us. So it means that through interfaith dialogue and inclusivity, each faith group can make its unique contribution to a peaceful coexistence that fosters social solidarity. This is according to the United States Institute of Peace. And there is a broad range of interreligious dialogue practices and initiatives that exist. Now, I'd be using the 4 models of the church in discussing dialogue, in discussing openness and inclusivity. So the first one is about the dialogue of life. It means that people strive to live in an open and neighborly spirit, and we hope to share the joys and sorrows or human problems and challenges of the community. The second model is the dialogue of action, in which all of us collaborate for people's integral development and liberation. Now, the third dialogue is the dialogue of theological exchange. So it means that there are some experts or specialists who seek to deepen their understanding of their respective religious heritages or beliefs. And we hope also to understand and appreciate the different spiritual values of the different faith groups. Now, the fourth model is the dialogue of religious experience. It means that people are rooted in their religious traditions. All of us are rooted in our own religious traditions, and we share our own spiritual richness. And there are, for example, in prayers, in contemplation, in the way we practice our faith, and the ways of searching God or the absolute. So these are the 4 models that I'll be using as I continue to look and have a deeper understanding of fellowship. Now, interreligious dialogue is one of the pillars of the mission in the Asian region. And along with dialogue with the poor and dialogue with Asian culture, we have to look at the sincere openness of mind and heart. According to Peter Pan, let me just go back. Okay. According to Professor Peter Fan, he said that the interreligious encounter requires sincere openness of mind and heart, generous hospitality toward the other, inclusivity, and a genuine willingness to adapt and change. Moreover, the dialogue must speak truth to power and maintain the integrity of creation. So basically, the goal of interreligious dialogue is to build communities and inclusivity. Now, this study is actually a qualitative study on interreligious dialogue and inclusivity. And using fellowship in relation to these themes, I hope that I'll be able to give some examples, particularly from the Philippine context, on how the mode of interreligious dialogue and inclusivity can be understood in the contemporary times. Now, just to share with you what the word means, in the Filipino concept, kapwa means brethren. It is the brotherhood and sisterhood. It's the essence of human interaction. So kapwa is a relationship-based value that refers to seeing, so meeting eye to eye, and considering other persons in the same way as that one does. So it's a human relationship with one another. And it describes the nuances in the English terminology because it talks about socio-psychological component and moral connotation. Now, being a brethren, being a brother or being a sister, it situates oneself within one situation by knowing your own specific condition. And it serves as a motivation for having an altruistic relationship with others. Now, if we will be going to pakikipagkapwa or fellowship, it means that it is an attitude that reflects the objective directed towards it. And as mentioned in the slide, it is made palpable when a person relates to others as a fellow human being, and with a deep appreciation for a person's immutable dignity and worth. So that means it's a deep appreciation for the existence of one another. And we looking ourselves and our brothers and sisters as our own extension of the self. So it's another individual, it's not we looking at our brothers and sisters as individuals and not strangers. So there is a close relation between affinity and solidarity with others. Now, if we will be looking at a sociological point of view, pakikipagkapwa stems from pakikiramdam, which is being sensitive. This is according to Pepua and Marcelino. It means that there is a shared feeling and an emotional experience. So it describes a reluctance to react, to attention to subtle cues and nonverbal behavior in mental role playing. So, for example, a person who is very sensitive to the needs of others, he or she is considerate to others. It is also similar to empathy, which is the ability to put oneself in another's shoes, or maybe it's an experience of one's emotion within oneself. Now, so it means that fellowship necessitates sensitivity towards the pain and suffering of one's brothers and sisters, according to Pepua and Marcelino. If we will be going at the different religious diversity and looking at the salience of religion and the role of religious institution, I'd like to share that in our country, the prominence of faith for many Filipinos is their identity is under the Catholicism. 10 million Filipinos are identified as Christians. And then 6% of Filipinos are actually Muslims. And then the remaining are from the other denominations. Now, there are many institutions and organizations that show compassion to the needy. So one example is the Caritas Manila. It is a leading social service and community development organization in the country. And there is a project called Caritas Damayan, or in English, it's Compassion for Others. It actually provides preventive healthcare services, crisis intervention, emergency response, disaster recovery, and rehabilitation to needy Filipinos. Now, why am I sharing this? Going back to the concept of fellowship, this is one concrete way for us to see how organizations within a community can be open and inclusive, whatever their religion is. So what they do is to actually feed numerous hungry and malnourished children throughout the country. And there are also other religious groups who perform benevolent acts to the poor and hungry. Some of them are the Church of Christ. There is Aid to Humanity. They contribute to the welfare of those in need, and irrespective of their religious identity. Now, there are also other groups who continue to do this. No? One example is the Islamic Relief Worldwide. They work closely in Mindanao to empower the poor and provide food bags to the region's most vulnerable communities. Now, aside from that, there is also the Buddhist Chu Chi Foundation. They provide food relief to people in the different regions in the country. There are also the Khalsa Diwan Sikh Temple. They also provide free meals to people regardless of gender, religion, or race. Now, I'd be going specifically to faith-based university setting. It says here that one can find pakikipagkapwa or fellowship being practiced by the community members. And even in the educational sectors, they are also open to continue improving the quality of the atmosphere for learning and presenting every student with equal opportunity despite any situation. Now, particularly in the last 2 years during the COVID pandemic, there are specific actions within the faith-based universities or faith-based organizations that have been practiced by different groups and different organizations. This involves inclusivity and openness to other people. One example is the Lasallian Student Welfare Program. They actually ensure that the learning and proper care for students are fostered and retained. They provide to the needs and well-being of students, specifically for the ones in difficult situations. So for example, in order for them to achieve their goals academically and to ensure that each student gets to experience a meaningful stay in the university. During the, as I've mentioned, during the pandemic, since everything was locked down, there was strict community quarantines for about a year. And I think this is also the same with Indonesia, right? We have experienced a lot of lockdowns during the pandemic, and a lot of jobs was, it cannot open the economy. So there are a lot of people who have been asking for help. And there were organizations, faith-based organizations, who continue to extend their hands to give emergency health aid. It actually constitutes to the school support of particularly in some other universities. So what they do is they announce the opening of the vaccination program. They give communication to the other, to the student body, to the community members, so that medical facilities and medical information will be made available to all the community members. Aside from that, there is the emergency relief support. There are also some students who are qualified with the criteria, and there are other non-medical programs created by the College of Law students. So they, as I mentioned a while ago, they created help desk announcements, and which contains the link wherein students and staff may access to register for a vaccination program, because it's very scarce during the time when there are no vaccines available in the different areas, especially regions in Asia. So information is really important. Additional program would consist of technology support, online care visit, scholars support group, and the student living away from home. During the lockdown, there were actually some students who have been living in their condominiums who was not able to go back to their own provinces, and they don't have any support. They are the only ones living in their own condominiums. So the online care visit is a way to provide emotional and spiritual support to any student that needs it, especially to those students who were hospitalized on their own, without their own family members, and those who have experienced death within their immediate family. So online consultation were provided. There was also the scholar support group, which aims to provide the scholars with academic, physical, mental health, spiritual, food, financial support, so that they can perfectly manage the needs of the university life. The next one is there are also some of faith-based organizations and universities that provide mental health care for the community members. So this is actually given to some of the some students who are in need of mental health care. So they provide some telepsychology for the community in order for the community to actually respond to any mental health issues experienced during the situation. So stress, anxiety, and psychological issues truly should be prioritized during such a harsh environment. So, and of course, if we will be looking at the dialogue of life and action, I have to stress that prohibition of mass gathering and implementation of social distancing measures, these were actually halted. The care program of some religious groups. The opportunity for charitable organizations to feed the hungry, they became limited, especially when there are a lot of lockdowns were done. The specter of starvation haunted many people, and there are a lot of them who were, imprisoned because some of them are negating to the policies given by the institution. So street community pantries were actually made possible by individuals and some faith-based organizations. Now, soon after, around 350 community pantries emerged in the different regions. I believe in Indonesia, there are a lot of community pantries also that happened because this is one way of helping other people, especially those who are really in need and those who who was truly affected by the pandemic. Now, in addition, there are organizations like Kind Stations, again, coming from the faith-based universities and organizations. So they provide community pantries to show compassion, solidarity, and there are also actually some community pantries in Cagayan de Oro. So there is one restaurant who found a halal community pantry so that people, who needs, there is an emphasis on halal so that our Muslim brothers and sisters can freely get supplies without fear of getting haram. And the community pantries initiated by religious organizations are they are playing a vital role in public health during this health crisis. Now, going back to the value of fellowship or pakikipagkapwa as a mode of interreligious dialogue that foster a neighborly spirit. According to Thompson, various interfaith dialogue activities have been noted as a religious response in order for us to care for the people during the pandemic. So there are different religious groups discussed in a forum. They discussed in a forum the role of faith-inspired organization to respond to global health crisis. And of course, there are various interfaith dialogue activities that have been noted, right? So we have the World Council of Churches. They actually published a document offering a Christian basis for interreligious solidarity that can inspire and confirm the impulse to serve a world that is wounded, not only by the virulent disease, but also by many other wounds. And according to the Vatican News, at the onset of the pandemic, various dialogue of theological exchange have been done by Christians, by Muslims, by Hindus, by Jews, Jains, Buddhists, atheists, and agnostics. And they have a day of prayer for humanity. So from the word pakikipagkapwa or fellowship, it means that we have to look at the different ways in order for us to help and sustain the openness and inclusivity in our own communities. So they were expected, for example, specifically the community pantries, they were expected to regard other members of the community with respect. Second, it involves in the problems faced by the community and is part of the solution. Also, community pantries are expected to show concern for others. Now, consequently, pakikipagkapwa or fellowship requires that persons respect and value the dignity of the others. And it means building meaningful relationship with their brothers and sisters. So it is also conceptualized as love for their neighbors. It is very central to many religious traditions, and it talks about really helping those in need. It means giving food to the hungry in a corporal work of mercy. It also talks about embodying spirit that compelled grassroots people, different religious institutions, and non-religious actors to provide the poor, the brothers and sisters who are in need during turbulent times. And as a conclusion, I would like to reiterate that pakikipagkapwa or fellowship is the embodying spirit that compelled grassroots Filipinos or different religious institutions, non-religious actors to provide for the needy during the ECQ or the enhanced community quarantine. Also, it is a mode, it can be a mode of interreligious dialogue, particularly in the discourse of life and action. It also enabled cordial cooperation between religious institutions and individuals, which promoted the physical well-being of the poor. And lastly, pakikipagkapwa tao is a way, for us to promote, as I mentioned, physical well-being of the poor. And lastly, in interreligious dialogue, it is anchored with fellowship because it facilitates openness. It facilitates inclusivity and sustainability towards the flourishing of human life in not only in faith-based institutions, but in community as a whole. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Castillo, for sharing the best practices of fellowship programs in faith-based universities and organizations in the Philippines. We are here from state Islamic universities, and you mentioned a lot of welfare programs for students like mental health care, vaccination program, and so on. So I'm wondering, as state Islamic universities, have we done those kind of programs providing help and assistance for students? Maybe we can discuss this later. And also, I'm quite surprised that in the Philippines, atheists and agnostics are recognized by the state, because in Indonesia, we have to affiliate ourselves to one of 6 religions. So we cannot say that I am an atheist or agnostic. We have to say, even though probably if I were an atheist, I would never say that, because it's against. Been a debate in the past whether we should mention our religion in our identity card or not. Okay, we have quite a lot of time for a discussion. It's about 1 hour. I will give opportunities to 3 participants first. They will ask questions either to Dr. Castillo or Dr. Helsing. Any questions or responses? Can you help me to give the mic to the participants? Dr. Helsing, are you there with us?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Moderator, Chairwoman, and thank you very much, Professor Herling. I wonder what time is in your country. So I cannot say morning or evening or afternoon, therefore. Thank you very much for the opportunity and your presentation. It is very great presentation, and it seemed very philosophic, and it is quite difficult for me, not background in economic, to catch the detail. But I just want to say in general, as my background in Islamic law, of course, I would like to address something that relating with the what we say that you say mentioned circular economic, and to how to redesign the idea of profit. In one thing that referred to my background, that and in Islamic view, that what we have in economic exercise or practices is how to share or give benefit for the people in general. Okay.
Yes.
So that is also contribute to the animal, plant, nature, and all level of the life. But one thing that resists or challenge this ideal goal in Islamic economic also, this we are faced with the what we say global competition, or maybe we can say very what we say ethnic or group competition, like we can say it now, for example, how Europe stand as Europe and America stand as America, and Muslim in one part stand and Muslim. So this one ideological, I think it is very much a barrier in developing or increasing that the ideal goal, how we can reconcile between God, corporate, and also individual, in order to make harmony and most prosperity in this human life. This is one thing that, like, for example, the war between Russia and Ukraine, even when America tend not to make peace, I think, but also involved in deteriorating the case. So this is what I think refer again to ideological, or maybe like emerging another Cold War, but another kind Cold War. And this is also very difficult. How do you see this? How do you can deal with this one? And because it also lead to profit, lead to the agenda of economic development. It is one thing. This is my general overview of what you have present, because it's very difficult and I cannot catch the detail. And another for Ibu or Mrs. from the Filipina, from the La Salle University, I just want to train to pronounce Pakiki Pagapwa. Pakiki Pagapwa. It is a very interesting word, and I think that you have present very harmony program, that the fellowship that can gather all people from different background, that can learn and share their experience and their belief. How can we say, or how can we develop this one in terms of, that people like what we have here in Indonesia? And also, I just want to highlight also that you can highlight this in the area of Mindanao, for example. How can this one develop this program for between the Filipinos and the Mindanao and something else, in order to to improve the harmony and also maybe the integration of these two areas? This is my poor knowledge on that on this area now. How can you explain in general the picture of religious harmony in Filipino in terms of your program, and also in terms of how this can be shared by the people in general? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bapak. I will give another opportunity to the other participant, probably the woman in the front, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kar. I would like to ask you the question. If I may summarize by maybe the concept that you offer is profit is necessary but not sufficient. So my question is, how does this kind of concept that profit is necessary but not sufficient be socialized, welcome, and deliberately practiced by the corporations? As currently you say also that the economic system is still dominated by neoliberalism, neocapitalism. I think the concept of like a CSR or ESG is are still not enough, as we still see the phenomenon of natural destruction and deforestation as the side effect of the operation of the corporation, especially the big corporation. If we look at the economic of Islam, or Sharia economic or Islamic economic, we also have such kind of thing like the social finance. We have the zakat, infak, sodako, and wakaf, to make the economic distributions. But still, I think such kind of concept is still not developed well. So we still see the economic gap between the wealth and the less privileged. And then the second question to Dr. Fidel de Castillo. Thank you very much for the presentation as well. And my question is, maybe I just want to look at the experience of the Indonesia, yeah, or how to promote the interfaith dialogue and cooperations, yeah, while eliminating the barriers of any economic gap sentiment. Like in Indonesia, maybe this is the legacy of the Dutch colonial, where they make the legal and social economic stratification like the pyramid, where the pribumi, mostly Muslim, are in the bottom of the pyramid. Yeah, they are majority, but they are less advantage in terms of the legal, economic, and social. And such kind of sentiment is still prevail in Indonesia, and this is one of the factors that also maybe inhibit, yeah, the promotion of the interfaith dialogue and cooperation. So maybe you can share the best practices and best lesson from the Philippines and other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One more question, probably somebody in the back. So many questions, but I will give opportunity only to 3 participants at this session, and then we will have another discussion.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. My name is Muslimin from Sharif Hidayatullah University. I appreciate very much the speech from both of our speakers, but I have 2 questions I address for the first speaker. The first is concerning growth and profit. How do you criticize the formal and international standard which have been introduced worldwide by the giant influential institutions such as IMF or World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and so forth and so on? This is the first. And the second is concerning Abrahamic religions. Please explain more detail the potential of the essence of those Abrahamic religions in shaping new standard of growth and profit. Do you consider that when we are forming the new standard of growth and profit, it means that we have to integrate the conventional standards which we now have? Yeah, as I have expressed, it is especially introduced by the giant influential institutions such as IMF and those of the Abrahamic religions. So it is just like integrating between, for example, growth, it is regulated by IMF, and sustainability, it is regulated or inspired by Abrahamic religious traditions. And the second is, how do you criticize the practice of the followers of those Abrahamic religious traditions? Is it potential or it is a barrier? Is it a potential towards a new standard of growth and profit, or the practice is, as we see, it is only we see the barrier because those followers of Abrahamic religious traditions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, do not care so much to the essence, but what they care is only to the formal and, let's say, upper level of religious practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the questions. Dr. Helsing, you can address the questions first.
Okay. Thank you very much for these questions, and I've made some notes. So, but there's a number of themes in all these questions I want to try to address. And first of all, I really appreciate the comment about Islamic law. One of the things that's very beneficial about this is that this is an opportunity for me to talk and engage. I have studied some Islamic philosophy, and most of my work is in philosophy. So my head gets lost in the clouds, you know, like in the abstract. So to be able to talk and discuss face to face and to talk about terms and how it is applied is invaluable, is essential to me. So regarding the application of Islamic law and so Sharia, and the idea of alms and zakat, and again this idea of charity. We teach this in our world religion classes. We teach the pillars. We teach charity. We teach. We tell the students of almsgiving. We tell them of fasting. But I am less knowledgeable on how these on Islamic law itself. So that's very helpful for me to see the connection there. It's very helpful. One particular source of inspiration I was finding from the Quran is there's a wonderful verse in the Quran on kind of Islamic value, and it says this is Quran 6:38. And I apologize. I have to apologize because I don't speak Arabic, so I can't do this properly. But in English, there is no creature on or within the earth or bird that flies with its wings, except that they are communities like you. We have not neglected in the register a thing, then unto their Lord they will be gathered. And this is 6:38. And this is the idea of the ummah, right? The community, the ummah. And there's an idea here that humans and animals, there's a community between humans and animals. And so I think this is a beautiful sentiment in the Quran itself. So other things that I think are beautiful and I think inspirational in Islam is the emphasis on charity, right? The emphasis on almsgiving and charity. And the Prophet says, you know, if you cannot give alms, then help. And if you cannot help, then encourage. And if you can't encourage, then stay out of trouble, right? Which is wonderful advice, wonderful advice. But I also find the tradition of fasting to be incredibly inspirational. And I think that there is an economic lesson here too, right? Of being able to give up, to sacrifice, to be willing to give up and sacrifice something because one is committed to the Quran, one is committed to the Word of God, and one is committed to the promise. So, and I think that there's something essential here that's very important. I think that many people, even non-Islamic, can understand that when we learn to give up something, then we learn to actually be generous to others, right? That when I start giving up, when I start giving of myself, then I actually can give more to other people, right? So if I stop my own desires, if I can withhold my own desire, then I can start to be compassionate to other people, to be generous. And so these are all elements of Islam that we teach in our world humanities classes, and I think are beautiful and inspirational. But these are ways that we can think about. I am less knowledgeable about how these connect to Islamic economic theory, and this is something that I find very helpful to think about. In terms of the Abrahamic traditions, in scholarship, there's a debate. There are discussions. Do Abrahamic traditions create hierarchy? Do Abrahamic traditions create a hierarchy of God, humans, and nature? And I think that I think one answer to this is that yes, but perhaps this hierarchy is not as strict, or that perhaps human beings need to think about their relationship in here, right? That there may be this hierarchy, but there's also the community. So I think that there's voices in all of the Abrahamic traditions that speak to the importance of listening to nature, of listening to the natural world, and of listening to the divine through nature, right? So I think that there are these voices that are very powerful. And this is where I see Rumi is one of these voices that connects to a great deal of natural imagery and seeing the divine through nature. So thank you for letting me kind of speak a little bit about some of my thoughts on Islam and how I see it connecting to some of these sources of inspiration. Now this is where I think in terms of, this is, I think, also possible sources of alternate value, right? And my concern with things like the IMF and the World Bank is they still look at growth as increasing profit, increasing value, right? That growth. So for many of our international standards, they rank more growth. They make more, higher GDP is good. Higher GDP is better. And I'm really curious, what can we do? What can we do? How well can we perform with less GDP? Right? Now, GDP is not the only marker, but what if we stop looking at more GDP? And what if we start looking at places, and what if we start talking more about places with less GDP, but still have really excellent results, right? Still have very high life expectancy, low carbon emissions, lower GDP, but still very high life expectancy. And many of these are smaller places or smaller countries that are more precarious, that are more delicate, that are more vulnerable. And I think that we have a moral obligation to learn from the more vulnerable communities and to see how they survive and thrive, and to humble ourselves. Again, I'm in the United States, so the United States we need humility, right? so again, like to humility, right? And this is, I think, the big challenge. And I think to answer the last part of this, the way I'd like to wrap this up is that this all plays a role in terms of how we communicate, to corporations, right? To global organizations and corporations, and technology actually helps here, right? My ability to talk to people is one thing, but also my ability to share experiences around the world is incredibly valuable for me as a teacher. I share locations around the world with my students so they can see that the world is not so different, that they can see people around the world living lives, and these lives look like lives that they also might want to live. And so technology helps with that. And I think that some of this is about aesthetics, that if they see other people living beautiful, healthy, successful lives, but it's not required, it doesn't, how should I say this? It doesn't require kind of capitalist commitment to growth and profits at the expense of everything, then it starts them to think. And I can show them these things because of technology, and that is absolutely incredible. So I don't know if I don't think there is any one way to create change. There are many ways to create change, and I think that we can take small moments and opportunities, and these become hopefully ripples in the future. I think that's about, I think I'll pause there, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Helsing. Dr. Castillo, you can address the questions.
Okay, thank you for those questions. There are actually two questions that I have heard a while ago. So how can pakikipagkapwa or fellowship be practiced in other countries, or specifically here in Indonesia, and how to promote interreligious dialogue in Indonesia without barriers? Apologies if I used a Filipino term in my talk, but may I also know what is the translation of fellowship in Indonesian word? Is there a translation in Indonesian for fellowship?
Do you mean fellowship is similar to scholarship or no?
No, fellowship means being brothers and sisters.
persaudaraan. It's like brotherhood and
Persaudaraan.
sisterhood. Persaudaraan
Okay.
is brotherhood and sisterhood.
Okay, so persaudaraan. I hope I got it correct. Okay, so in Indonesian term, that is the meaning of brotherhood and sisterhood. And I think the first question talks about how can we practice this specific value of brotherhood and sisterhood. I think because I use the context in our country, I think by using the different contexts that we have in our own regions, in our own countries, we will be able to understand deeper the word brotherhood and sisterhood, right? Because every tradition, we have our own way of discussing and explaining what brotherhood and sisterhood means. But if we will be looking again, going to the models that I have presented a while ago, brotherhood can be discussed using a dialogue of life. So I'll be hitting two birds in this answer because I'll be trying to answer the two questions posted a while ago. So if we use the model of dialogue of life, that means all of us can strive to live in an open and neighborly spirit. So for example, I here in the Philippines, I have actually a Muslim friend. So whenever we are together, I make sure that when we eat together, we will be going to a halal restaurant that is trying to live in an open and inclusive environment. We try to share our joys, even though we have our own different traditional beliefs. We also share our human problems and preoccupations. Now, if we talk about dialogue of life, it means also trying to, okay, it says here fellowship in Indonesia is gotong royong. Okay, thank you, Dr. Rina, for that. No? So again, going back to the discussion, when we talk about the dialogue of life, we try to understand each other. So for example, in our country, majority of the Filipinos are Christians and minority are Muslims. However, if I go to Indonesia, majority of you are Muslim, are believing in Islam tradition. And for sure, Christianity is a minority in Indonesia, right? So that means that when we try to dialogue using our own life, we will be able to try to understand the differences, the nuances of our own beliefs and tradition. The second model is about the dialogue of action. Of course, when we try to practice fellowship or brethren or interreligious dialogue, we try to collaborate for people's integral development and liberation. That means whatever we do, whatever action that we will be deciding on, it is for humanity's welfare and well-being. And the third model is about theological exchange. So that means when we try to practice interreligious dialogue, we have to set aside also our own, prejudices, our own understanding, and be able to see and understand with an eye of openness the traditions and religions of the people we are talking. So that means we have to respect, as what Dr. Helsing a while ago, respect others and be able to understand the respective religious heritages and also appreciate each other's spiritual values. And lastly, trying to dialogue, using the religious experiences. Right now, we're exchanging our understanding about the terminology fellowship, our brotherhood and sisterhood. We're using our own language, but we know that we refer to the same meaning, that is trying to share our neighborly love to others. So these are some of our religious experiences, and it can be rooted in our own religious traditions. It can be shared, no, spiritual riches, and through our conversation, through our connection, we will be able to search for a harmonious environment so that all of us will be able to really push with this harmonious, peaceful, and inclusive dialogue. So I think that's it for me. Thank you again for the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Castillo. We still have 30 minutes for another discussion. I will give another opportunity to 3 participants. Professor Nasir will give you.
Yeah, thank you very much for both of your presentation, which is very interesting. I have a question for you, Dr. Castillo, yes, from Philippines, about the local term that you introduced to us. It is very interesting, and perhaps it can inspire us to create a similar program that you already initiated. But it looks to me that this program is very promising, as if there is no challenge or pitfall in implementing this program. You know, in Indonesia, we also have some local term that show how different people with different religion can collaborate together to strengthen their community building. Like between Muslim and Christian in Ambon, they have like called Pela Gadong or something like that. But it's often the case that the one problem that often came up with this interreligious dialogue is from the majority, because majority feel that they are safe, they don't need any they don't need any mechanism to safeguard themselves. So it's mostly the minority that supports such program because they are very concerned about their existence. I wonder whether the same also apply in the Philippines in your case, whether what is the response from the majority about this program? And then the question for Dr. Helsing, yes. Yeah, I am not from the economic background, but I like your presentation. It's more philosophical, right? Philosophical thinking on the economic concept. So that's why you bring up the idea from John Locke, from the middle period of European time. And I wonder actually how relevant are they today? How relevant are they today? Because now when we're talking about the economic, people of either state or institution always thinking about the growth and profit. So like there is no economic justice. So my question is there any economic justice from the perspective of the philosopher, and how that economic justice can be applied in the current situation where every state or every organization always look for mainly profit rather than the distribution of the profit. And I wonder why, when we're talking about economic, we like separate economic from philanthropy, right? So philanthropy is like different topic or different object. For me, the main idea of economy is actually in the philanthropy, because philanthropy means sharing, but economic mean more like exploiting, maximizing profit while perhaps making problem for others. So how the classical philosopher that you refer perceive this problem? Why, for example, economy is separated from the philanthropy? For me, philanthropy is the main or the core idea of economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nasir. The next question from Pak Jamaluddin, somebody behind Pak Nasir table.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, first of all, I would like to say thank you so much for moderator for giving me first time to ask this international colloquium, especially for Prof. the children health scene, right? About the economic. To be honest, I'm not understanding all of your presentation, but I'm interested with your topic about today with economic. And because I'm not a background for the economic, but I'm social. So that I combine economic, social, like the brotherhood and sisterhood. We should to consideration about the two science. Last night, I was in some movie in the TikTok. Yeah, of course, I'm the young generation and the millennial generation should spend time in the TikTok. But I was in some movie, they are discussion about the economic issue. Economic issue about the economic crisis and then economic resistance right now. But as the young generation, I want to know about what kind we should to prepare as the young generation to solving this problem, about the economic issue and other. Just it. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
One more questions and response. Somebody in the back again, I guess. So many questions, but unfortunately our time is limited.
Thank you for both the speaker from US and from Philippines. I think our major problem we are facing now in the context of economic and religion is imbalances between economy and morality. Economy in one hand or in one side, growth, everything is growth, and religion as the anchor of moral. And as Miss or Madam from Philippines expose the papaki, I'm sorry, I can't say in proper way. So the question is how to fill the gap between growth and morality or values, morality values, to deny or to reject the bankruptcy and imbalances between the two. I think that is the most important question of this session for the both or two speakers. Thank you.
Thank you for all the questions. Dr. Hailsing, again, you can have your turn to answer.
Yeah, thank you for these questions. I have, let's see. So the first question is about the relationship or the influence of classical European philosophers on economics, and particularly John Locke and Adam Smith. And my concern with Locke and Smith is their ideas play a very strong influence at a particular point in history that has consequences for what follows. And their ideas on property and profits take hold at a time when England is then set to become an imperial power. And their ideas on profit and property become part of the British imperial project. They become part of the colonial project. And much of colonialism is expressed that is justified in terms of acquiring new lands to increase growth, right? To increase prosperity. And these conquests caused incredible havoc, destruction. There was great harms through many of these colonial practices, great disruptions, and disruptions of communities. So I think part of my concern with them is that they may be regarded as historic, but I think they play, there's a lot of karma coming from their ideas. So, and I'm particularly interested in because growth and profit, growth, profit, and particularly kind of the continual growth, right? Endless growth, endless profit is a central assumption in economic theory. I'm very interested in other values, right? What are the other values that we can find as a basis for economic activity? And I think here it's worth thinking that economic activity is not separate from life, but economic activity is part of life. This is an argument from Robert Solomon, who writes on this, that economic life should not be viewed as separate from life. It should not be viewed as having separate rules, but economic life and business life should be viewed as part of life and should be viewed as part of communities. So this comes back to the question of how do we persuade? How do we persuade businesses to think like this? We have these values. We value openness. We value community. We value harmony. How do we persuade businesses, corporations? And I think we're at a point in time where they can start, where businesses, corporations, institutions are starting to feel the importance of long-term survival. That things like climate change are forcing people to feel consequences that they could ignore, that they previously could ignore. So there's an opportunity here for the younger generations. And I think there's an opportunity here for younger generations. If you gather information, you gather knowledge, learn what your institution is doing, learn what your institution does in terms of energy output, carbon emissions. What is your institution? What are your communities engaged with? Get information, learn as much as you can about your communities and how to then argue for long-term survival and for long-term sustainability. And I think if you put it in terms of, if you want to keep making profits, right? If you go to a business, and say, would you like to keep making profits? Then you need to prepare for a difficult future. You need to prepare for a future where we have to work together, where we have to change our hierarchy of values, right? Profit cannot be the topmost, right? You can still make some profit, but if you start to communicate in terms of long-term survival and continual, not continual growth, but continual sustainable well-being, right? Continual flourishing, continual success of some kind. I think that you can start finding ways, but these all have to be addressed in local terms. And these all have to be addressed in local communities. And I think there's something very common between the two talks here, and I really appreciate, again, this idea of community and the ways in which, we see this issue of having to come back to our local communities, right? Of having to come back to our local relationships, because these are the relationships where we make our arguments, right? We have to communicate to the people that we're in these communities with. So in terms of justice, I'm concerned. I do not look to I do not look to Locke and Smith for ideas of justice. I think for justice, I find inspiration from many ideas, but I think one idea is from the idea of Rawls, John Rawls, who says that anything we do in society, we have to make sure it still benefits the least advantaged among us, right? Any benefit that we claim in society, any privilege we claim in society, still has to somehow benefit, right, the least advantaged among us. And I think that this is true for global communities, right, but also local communities. So again, I think about, my thought goes back to how do we learn from the most precarious, which are the most vulnerable, right? And what terrifies me is that the future is the most vulnerable, right? So I hope this helps answer some of those questions. I think that ultimately justice requires sustainability. And this is something I've been thinking about, but I think that if we want justice and economic justice, I think it is going to require sustainability, because how else can we help create fair relationships? How can we help create fair responses to problems, right? If we don't have the resources to do it, then we can't respond to injustice, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Helsing. Dr. Castillo, you can have your turn to answer the questions.
Okay, thank you so much again. I really appreciate the questions that you were asking, because they are very critical of the work that we are actually doing. In the first question, it says that how different religions can help together to build community. And there was a comment about the examples given might be so good to be true, right? And what are the responses of the majority in the program? I think I could say that yes, these examples that was given a while ago, they might be very positive, right? A lot of positive activities and works have been done in the community, but of course there are some pros and cons in every program and activities. Like for example, some communities who have been sharing their resources can be tagged as highly politicized. Because remember, for example, in our country, election period was last May this year, and every good works that an individual or maybe an institution is doing, it can be tagged as being political or just for the campaign period. And but if we will be looking at the examples given, some of them continues to be running, and they continue to they are still available at the present moment. So that means there are some programs, there are some activities that have been very, very true to their words, especially in their mission of being open and giving or being inclusive with others. Now, what can be the response of the majority in this program? I'll be using the idea of Ron Scott. He's a friend and he visited the Philippines. He's from New York. And he said in his recent book that he noted that there are many voices in our society who are struggling to be heard. And some of these voices are suppressed voices. There were also some voices of an individual or maybe a community that is often denied the freedom to be found. And there are also some voices that needs to gain attention. So I think this is a way for us to look at these differences and be able to listen to the different voices, especially from the margins. Dr. Helsing mentioned about giving priority to the vulnerable, no? to the less privileged. And I think that is also a way to address the gaps in this dialogue, in this interreligious dialogue. It is actually really finding the voices, especially of those in the margins, especially those who are really crying for help. And by doing so, we will be able to fulfill our mission. We will be able to do our own part in this interreligious activities and other societal action. Now, the second response that I would be giving is not only to just listen. It is not only to just find the voice of others, but also to find our own voice. Each of us, we have something to develop. We have something to give. We have something to share. And by finding our own voice and by sharing our own ideas, we will be able to fill the gap that has been, disturbing our community. So I think by listening to the voices of others and finding our voices so that we can share it to others, we are already fulfilling our own mission, we are already giving solution to the many problems of diversity, of division in the community. So I think that would be my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Helsing and Dr. Castillo. If I'm allowed to make a link between the presentation from Dr. Helsing in economics, mostly in economics, and also Dr. Castillo in fellowship, I think Dr. Helsing talked a lot about the theoretical and conceptual foundation of economic success, but he clearly mentioned about Buddhism and Taoism and also Islam in relation to like charity, philanthropy. And then Dr. Castillo complement the, I think Dr. Helsing presentation, because Dr. Castillo described the practices of fellowship and philanthropy in the Philippines in faith-based universities and organizations. We actually still have 5 minutes. Do you want another discussion or is enough?
Closing statement.
Any closing statement from both of you? Dr. Castillo or Dr. Helsing, any closing statement from both of you?
I think for me, I really enjoy listening to Dr. Helsing and also to the different questions of the participants of this conference. If we will be, again, going back to the idea of brotherhood and sisterhood, I think the mere fact that we are listening from each other and trying to gather ideas from one another, this is one good way to actually flourish and be able to learn from one another. So I think we are actually practicing what we are sharing. So this is walking the talk. So I'd like to congratulate, of course, the committee and the people behind this conference. And I wish a fruitful discussion in the coming session.
Thank you. Dr. Helsing, would you like to add something?
I would just like to reiterate my immense thanks and gracious, appreciation for this opportunity. And I want to echo again Dr. Castillo's sentiment that this is community, right? That we have this incredible opportunity to talk and discuss. And I absolutely love knowing now another word for community, right? It will take me some practice to pronounce it, but I love knowing another word for community. I can tell myself, like, you go somewhere else, there's another place in the world. Yes, here's another way of saying community, right? Here's another way of saying relationship. Here's another way of brotherhood, sisterhood, right? And there's another way of saying it. So sometimes we let words get in the way of things, and then we find that behind the words, right, that there's very, very human relationships that we all share. So I absolutely appreciate this opportunity and wish everyone the best and success for the rest of this conference.
Thank you. We greatly appreciate your inspiring presentation, Dr. Castillo and Dr. Helsing, and also I thank all the participants for all complicated questions and fruitful discussion. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Castillo and Dr. Helsing, are you still there? Are you still there? If you are still there, we would like to take a picture with both of you.
Okay, yes, we're here.
Once more, please.
Can you wait? We are setting the, I don't know what's the camera. Is it good enough or should we take another picture? Thank you, Dr. Castillo and Dr. Helsing.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Likewise, thank you. It is an incredible opportunity, incredible experience.
The session is ended. You could leave Zoom. Thank you so much. Good night for Dr. Helsing. It's nighttime in North Carolina, I guess.
It is. My only regret, my regret is that I can't be here with you all to continue and talk and chat. It is one of the great enjoyments is to continue discussion after a talk. So I miss that I can't do that with you all. So please take my thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bapak Ibu, sekarang waktunya istirahat. Nanti akan mulai lagi untuk sesi keynote jam 1 ya? Dilanjutkan dengan paralel dulu. Jam 1 paralel, kemudian nanti jam 2 lanjut sesi keynote. Kemudian untuk jadwalnya sudah di-share. Kemudian nanti setelah sesi paralel itu 1 jam, kemudian
pakai mic aja, Pak.
Halo, tes dulu. Oke, kita mulai. Let's start. Oke, let's start this program. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain, amma ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, all audience and participants of ICIIS International Colloquium of Interdisciplinary Islamic Studies, welcome to this session. Today is Wednesday, the 19th of October 2022, the first day of ICIIS in room 1, session 1, and I will run that. This session will run from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock. This is that has been written by the committee, but the fact we are late till half hour. And here I also introduce myself that my name is Muhammad Iwan Fitriani. I am a lecturer at Mataram State Islamic University, and at this session I will become a session chair, and I will be chairing this session till the last time of this program, this agenda. And to make this session run well, effectively, and efficiently, and full of blessing, so it's let's together utter basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda that we are going to now are consisting of: the first one is presentation by speaker or presenter. Now, before we get started, I will introduce. There are 5 speakers at this session that located in room 1. The first one is Mr. Usep Abdul Matin, who talk about scenting the heart and 2 wings of Sufism. The second one is Bu Resti Jayanti Pahlina, and Zulkifli Sulistyo Basuki and Agus Epai, who discuss about knowledge sharing and local wisdom within the workplace, a systematic literature review. And the third is Maskur Rashid, talking about revitalization of usul fiqh through ihtiyati principle. And the fourth is Mr. Jauhar Azizi, who discuss or talk about the term of al-adl in the Quran the perspective of Tafsir al-Maqasidi Ibn Ashur. And the last speaker in this session is Jawhar Azizi, Mr. Jawhar Azizi, Mr. Badru Tamam, Mr. Sihabus Salam, and Sa'adul Jannah. And from all of these participants, there are only participant or speaker who come here directly. The other will present online. So now I will give a time or opportunity for the presenter, namely, who is the first one? Mr. Jawhar Azizi, number 5, to discuss about the ecology of the Quran, a religious environmental conservation effort. For him.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will present our paper. The title is The Ecology of the Quran, a Religious Environmental Conservation Effort. Sandran, can you show my paper? Not yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. In introduction, the exploitation of nature can use damage to nature and global warming. This is this information based on IPCC governmental panel on climate change 2020 and anthropocentric paradigm. It means humans are the center of the universe, so they have the right to exploit nature freely because nature was created for them. Thirdly, this paper seeks to explore the ecological concept of the Quran, which is read through the perspective of interpretation and counterbalances the anthropocentric paradigm. How should the relationship between humans and the environment or nature, hablum minal alam? So, discussion. The word Khalifa is mentioned in the Quran into context. First, the context of Allah talks to angels regarding the creation of Adam. Based on Surah Al-Baqarah verse 30. Second, the context of God's statement to the Prophet Daud in Surah Shot verse 26. Allah designated the Prophet Daud as the Khalifah who was given the task of being a just leader and managing his fiefdoms in proportion. In Surah Hud verse 6, there is a word istamaro, which is taken from the root of word amaro muru amron, which mean to prosper and nourish. The letter sin and ta of the word istamaro, it means Allah comments to prosper the earth and its content, or means reinforcement, that is to make human truly capable of prospering the earth. Human not only make proportion of everything the earth, but also active to maintain and conserve the earth, such as plowing the land, farming, caring for plants, and so on. In Surah Rum verse 9, there are two keywords, asarul art and wa amaruha. Asarul art mean cultivate the earth, and wa amaruha means build on earth. The notion of amaru is linguistically maximized in building, constructing, and establishing. The process of building is not only a discourse, but requires concrete effort. In this context, which tend to be conceptual, the use of fi'il madi, which was actually employed in the past, is actually used. This demonstrates the need for precise and calculated process and plan in environmental conservation. Conclusion: conservation of nature or the environment requires a balance of human rights and obligation to nature. According to the Quran, both humans and nature have their own rules and purposes in creation as fellow creature of Allah. Human partner is carrying out this mandate include Khalifatul Art and nature. Al-Quran describes the pattern of interaction that is harmonious between nature and human. And people are given the trust to manage the world and its content. To carry the trust, humans are given the various potential and ability to prosper and do conservation the earth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to our first speaker. namely Mr. Jawhar Azizi, who has given us speech about how to protect, how to cultivate, how to conserve our nature by combining the task or the duty of human being with the nature. So before giving time to all of our audience to discuss about this time, maybe I will invite the next participant to present their paper. The next presentation, the next speaker is Mrs. Resti Jayanti Pakhlina, who will talk about knowledge sharing and local wisdom. Are you ready? Hello, Mrs. Rizka.
Halo.
Okay.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm ready.
Waalaikumsalam
Ya.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. If you are ready, please prepare anything over there, and I, as chairman, will give you time, 10 minutes to discuss or to deliver anything related to your paper. The time start from now.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone. I will present my paper. The title is Knowledge Sharing on Local Wisdom Within the Workplace, a Systematic Literature Review. By me, Resti Jayanti Pakhlina, Prof. Zulkifli, Prof. Sulistyo Basuki, and Dr. Agus Rifai. Introduction. Knowledge is the actual modal capital of organization. The important process from knowledge management is how people in an organization share their knowledge. Knowledge sharing in different local wisdom within the workplace will provide different patterns. Therefore, this article focuses on how research trend over the last 5 years in 2017 until 2021 related to the KS process on local wisdom within the workplace. Research method from this paper, we use systematic literature review with 4 research questions. The first is the trend of KS research per years. 2, co-authorship network analysis that examine KS. The third is cluster of KS study and the tendency of KS toward local wisdom. For SLR method, we use Prisma 20 and 20 diagram. We have 3 levels. The first is identification. In identification, we define research question and then setting up a keyword with Boolean principle. We use knowledge sharing and local wisdom for the keyword. After that, we using housing publish or perish or POP. And then we click Google Scholar and limit research from 20 and 17 until 20 and 21 and maximum 100 article. After that, after we use 100 article, we screening this article produced with using Prisma 20 and 20 and obtaining 37 article from 100 article, and then we process with Mendeley and export to RIS. After that, we process with Fast Viewer, select co-authorship for the author collaboration network, and select co-occurrence for research discussion trend. And the last, we include the research, we extract and synthetic data into research question, kemudian after that, write review report and validate report. The result in discussion, for the first question, the trend of KS research per years, collected 37 articles about KS on local wisdom within the workplace, published from 2017 until 2021. In 2017 has 5 articles, 2018 has 8 articles, 2019 has 9 articles, and 2020 has 7 articles, and 2021 has 8 articles. The trend of KS research per year based on overlay visualization, we can see at this picture. The second question, we discuss about co-authorship network analysis that examine KS. In this picture, we can see the mapping of co-authorship network. Co-authorship network analysis is the best bibliometric indicator to illustrate different patterns of co-authorship in academic discipline. Each of author Mustaf, Agistiawati, Asbari, Basuki, Sidir, Novitasari, Silitonga, Sutardi, and Wono have a totaling strength for co-authorship network analysis. KS research on local wisdom is mostly done by researchers from Southeast Asia, such as Thailand and Indonesia. This trend occur in connection with the thick culture that affect the characteristic of society from outside, even in office organization in the workplace. That discussion is about cluster of KS study. KS research on local wisdom in the workplace in 37 articles over the last 5 years. We can see the cluster of KS study in this picture. We analyzed top KS discussion cluster using Davos Fever application. It is now that this article consists in 75 keywords. These keywords are dominated by knowledge sharing as much as 32 article with 94 totaling strength. Then who directly discuss KS with local wisdom 9 article with 24 totaling strength. Keyword knowledge management as much as 8 article with 25 totaling strength. This keyword are grouped into 18 cluster by analyzing them using the Davos Fever application. The fourth discussion about the tendency of KS toward local wisdom. The tendency of KS toward local wisdom also influenced by several scientific fields such as problem solving, community of injury, women community, intercultural communication, intercultural competence, knowledge in work, religious moderation, thematic learning, and many more. We can see the tendency of KS toward local wisdom within this figure, the figure 6. The conclusion, KS on local wisdom within the workplace become interesting research topic. There are many things that can be explored for research, such as the factor that influence KS on local wisdom within the workplace. KS activities in the workplace are generally dominated by research focused on ICT, matters related to the characteristic of human resources who carry out KS have only been investigated in the last few years, such as employee motivation, employee psychology, organization culture, and local wisdom. Even previous research topic related to KS can be researched by studying local wisdom in the workplace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pahlina, who has presented a paper entitled Knowledge Sharing on Local Wisdom Within the Workplace, a Systematic Literature Review. But before closing, I want to ask you to introduce yourself first. Maybe all of our audience here want to know you, because where do you come from, your affiliation, I mean?
Oh yeah. I'm a lecturer from UIN Imam Bonjol Padang, but now I studied doctoral in UIN Jakarta, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah.
From Imam Bonjol Padang.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the second paper about the knowledge sharing on local wisdom. There is an important thing that we can take from this paper, the second paper, and maybe we can discuss about it next, is how to apply, how to implement SLR in research, because this is one approach that often or seldom used in scientific research in usually or in Islamic university. Maybe we will discuss about it next, how to identify database, how to screen, how to include and exclude the journal, and so on. Okay, and I will invite the third speaker the third presentation, I hope Mr. Maskur Rosdi talking about revitalization of usul fiqh through ihtiyat principle. Are you ready? Where is Mr. Maskur Rosdi? Hello?
Inshallah.
Okay. The time is for you if you are ready and prepare anything before presenting your paper. Tafadhal.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, ma ba'd. Dear Dr. Irwan Fitriani, as chair of the session, and good afternoon, all presenters. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. First of all, I am Mashkur Rashid from Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo, and my partner Lutfi from UC, University of Canberra, Australia, Arifana Nur Khalik, and Feni Bintarawati from Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo, Semarang. We would like to share you about our paper with the title Revitalization of Usul Fiqh through Ihtiyati Principle. In this presentation, we divide it into 4 topics. The first is introduction. In this section, we talk about moderation as part of the main objective of Islamic law, which is obtained through the application of the principle of ihtiyati in usul fiqh. This means that the important value of usul fiqh that need to be revitalized are present here. And the second is the research method. The third is discussion, which includes 3 main points. They are the ihtiyati concept discourse, ihtiyati principles in the usul fiqh framework, and ihtiyati principle in the usul fiqh sources. And the last one is conclusion. Well, we're going to the introduction. The law is aimed at realizing goodness for human. The realization requires dialogue and balance between text and context, between 2 propositions, their reflection and reason. Balance means fair and proportional, and is known as moderate. Thus, moderation in law means a fair and balanced perspective and action in positioning legal argument. The discourse on legal argument is included in the realm of principle of Islamic jurisprudence. It has an urgent position in order to realize the ideal of the law. So prudence or ihtiyati in the use of propositions is necessary so that legal projection can be realized properly. On the other hand, denying the precautionary principle can lead a person or mujtahid into rigidity, extremes, and radicals. Therefore, the precautionary principle in the usul fiqh becomes important to be revived so that the law achieved becomes moderate. And the method that we use in this paper is qualitative and presented descriptively with the data source coming from the literature study. Okay, and the next discussion will be continued by Mr. Lutfi. Please.
All right, thank you, Mashkar Rashid, for giving me a chance. All right, now we talk about the ihtiyati principle. So, ihtiyati means prudence. So, as far as we're concerned, it is studied in 3 fields of knowledge. So, first in Fiqh Shafi'i school of thoughts, and the second is the study of Islamic astronomy, and the third, ihtiyati also in the field of economic and Sharia banking. And it is known as the prudential principle, which is applied through the 5 C's of credit analysis, namely character, capacity, capital, condition, and collateral. While this paper is different from previous studies, so as far as the author concerned, so there is no research that discuss about the ihtiyati principle in the field of usul fiqh. So that we can say that this paper might be the first work to address this kind of issue. All right. So in the study of usul fiqh, ihtiyati is interpreted as turning away for something doubtful, taking the strongest argument as medium or wasilah, which aims to prevent someone from violating the Sharia. So ihtiyati has an impact on minimizing errors in the ijtihad process. So furthermore, it leads to mujtahid to a balanced scientific process so as to reject rigidity and frivolity. So ihtiyati is principle in the process of law formation. So now we turn to the ihtiyati principles that appears in 2 things. All right, so now in first, ihtiyati principle exists in the usul fiqh framework. As we know that usul fiqh has a big role in realizing moderate law. So you know that this can be seen through its 3 frameworks. First, balance in understanding the text with context. So Quran and Hadith are placed in the main position. So to understand the content of Quran and Hadith, so the reason plays its role so that it is relevant to change in space and time. So thus, there are 2 approaches actually in understanding the Quran and Hadith. First is linguistic approach, and the second is substance approach or maqasid sharia. So the second framework is the flexibility in the process of finding Islamic law. So a problem that the texts have conclusively determined, then the law is determined according to this provision. Well, in a case where the text only provides a global guidance, so reasoning finds its urgency. Furthermore, the law can change due to changes in space, time, and situation and conditions. And the third framework of usul fiqh is a holistic approach. Holistic approach to the process of finding Islamic law. So in the process of finding Islamic law product, it requires innovation through a comprehensive study and a process of scientific collaboration. So we can call it like ijtihad jama'i or collective. So this kind of collaboration is needed to answer the challenge of modernity. And the second is the ihtiyati principle in the source of law. First is istishab and saddu dari'ah. So in the process of istidlal, or the search for legal arguments, so the compatibility between the arguments and the case becomes an important part. So the involvement of many experts in various disciplines is needed in order to know this kind of relevance. So mistakes in taking arguments have an impact on errors in the legal withdrawal process or in istinbatul ahkam. And 2 of the many legal arguments, first is saddu dari'ah and istishab. Saddu dari'ah means closing everything that has the potential or is strongly suspected of having a negative impact. And saddu dari'ah is a preventive measure, we can say like that. So the example, Islam prohibits its adherent to humiliate or curse the god of other religion. So this prohibition is enforced because it can have a negative impact. Namely, the followers of other religion will retaliate against the God of Muslim. So this kind of negative impact are the main consideration in everything. Mujtahids, including mufti or qadi, or as well as the government and parliament, for example, in their ijtihad process need to pay attention this kind of impact negative or positive impact. With that in mind, so the law will be right on target. Otherwise, then apart from the legal product being ineffective, so the most dangerous thing is to become a source of conflict, including when the government and parliament, for example, make a policy. So the impact should be a concern. If not, then it will not have an impact, not only have an impact on the rest of the budget, but it will also cause harm to the people. Punishing criminals, blasphemy against symbol of religion, for example, needs to be enforced. So this is a preventive effort for the occurrence of similar action, both by the first perpetrators and other people. And the second term is istishab. So istishab means enforcing the law based on its initial state. So the initial condition and laws remain in force as long as there are no conditions that actually change them. So the state and good qualities that exist in a person will seek forever until there is a strong evidence that change them. Therefore, a person should not be accused of having committed a crime, a criminal, a drunkard, a thief, or a molester, and other negative things. So this situation can change when there's an evidence to the contrary. As for the proof that someone has committed this action, it must be carried out by the competent authorities, for example, investigators from the police. And this term of istishab method is in line with the principle of the presumption of innocence in criminal law. So now we jump to the conclusion. Based on the description above, so this paper has found two main factors in revitalizing usul fiqh. First, the existence of the ihtiyati principle in the three usul fiqh frameworks, namely the balance of thinking patterns, process flexibility, and holistic approach. And the second is the existence of the ihtiyati principle in the source of law. These two factors are strong indicators that usul fiqh is the right method to realize benefits. So the author suggests to further researches to examine usul fiqh, especially regarding the ihtiyati principle in other sources of law. All right, thank you very much from us. Thank you once again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to both of speakers, Mr. Masko Rosdi and Lutfi, who speak fluently with English language. Are you in America or Australia?
I'm in Australia.
Oh, it is suitable, so you can speak English more than us, more than me especially. Okay.
Thank you.
After listening to your presentation, that al-ihtiyatu fi usulil fiqhi amrun jadidun. You mean that usul ihtiyat in usul fiqh is something new. There are three content of your presentation is balancing in text and context, flexibility in understanding or discovering Islamic law, and the third item is holistic approach in finding the Islamic law. But even though, for example, like this, we find that moderation is al-wasat. Yes, al-adal sometimes is understood as moderation. But I never find from the first presentation that how to translate al-ihtiyat bil lughah in English language. For example, kehati-hatian, the synonym of this, how to translate ihtiyat in English language, maybe need clarification next if there is time for us to discuss, okay? And now there is the fifth presentation. Fifth presenter will speak, but maybe because of time, we'll give him opportunity to discuss tomorrow. The time will be replaced for him tomorrow. And now I will give time till 2 or 3 minutes to the audience to ask, to get explanation more about several topics we have listened just now. Maybe there is a question for the speaker or for the presenter from audience here. Prof, we have time 5 till 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Maybe there is question before we give them time to close statement. There is no question, Prof? Thank you very much. Okay, for all of speaker presenter who has given us explanation about many topic, many time in the sessions. This one from Mr. Usep, then Mrs. Resti, Mr. Maskur Rosdi, Mr. Jawhar Azizi. Actually, we will make discussion after your presentation, but because of time, we are so sorry. We will finish this session due to next program that we are going to do. I'm so sorry, and for all of my mistake, and behalf on committee here, I say thank you very much for all of your participation, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. And especially for me, maybe there are many mistakes in my English, in my speech. Please forgive me. And now we go on to the next program. Okay. Thank you very much for all of committee.
Thank you.
Saya close ya semuanya. Ya, close ruangannya. Nanti pada kesini. Oh masih. Oke.
Hello. May we start now? Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back again to the main hall where the first international colloquium on interdisciplinary Islamic studies is held. Now we are going to proceed to the second general plenary session, where we will invite two distinguished speakers. I hope they are joining us right now from Australia and from UK. Yeah, as we know that the main topic of this fifth ICIIS is religion, education, science and technology towards a more inclusive and sustainable future. And right now's topic that we are going to discuss at this moment is toward a transmodern transformation of our global world, Muslim society's challenge and opportunities. And we're glad that we will have two speakers. I would like to invite and say hello first to Dr. Nadir Shah Hussain. Assalamualaikum, Pak Nadir.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, thank you. I hope in Australia now the weather is good, because in Lombok is now rainy season and we have rain almost every day this week. Well, okay, before I give you time to present your topic, let me allow me please to introduce to you Dr. Nadir Shah Hussain. Although I believe that some of you, or maybe most of you, have already known him. Dr. Nadir Shah Hussain is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Law, Monash University since 2015. He obtained two PhD, first from the Wollongong University, and the second from the National University of Singapore. His expertise cover Islamic law and constitutionalism, and he is a prolific author, I think, and well known in Indonesia. And we are happy to have him with us today. As I said just now, that our topic is about the transmodern transformation of our global world, Muslim society's challenge and opportunity. And we hope we will have insight from Dr. Nadir Shah Hussain about the problem or the challenge that Muslim today are facing in the global world. We see that Muslim in India face a problem about the citizenship. A Muslim in Rohingya, they are displaced from their homeland, and also issue about minority Muslim in the Western countries. So I think Dr. Nadir Shah Hussain will give us insightful perspective about the current situation, a problem, and also challenge and opportunity that Muslim can do when they face this problem. So we have 2 hours actually, so we have enough time. I hope Dr. Nadir Shah Hussain will have enough time also to present his thought. Time is yours, please.
Nadir Shah Hussain is known in Indonesian communities as Gus Nadir, a well-respected Muslim scholar and spiritual leader. Amongst Nahdlatul Ulama, NU, the largest Islamic organization in Indonesia with more than 60 million members. Nadir Shah Hussain has been working as a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Law, Monash University since 20 July 2015. Prior to this role, Nadir was an associate professor at the School of Law, University of Wollongong. He completed his first PhD in law at the University of Wollongong and a second PhD in Islamic law at the National University of Singapore. Nadir is internationally known for his expertise in Sharia and Indonesian law. He is a board member of top journals such as the ASEAN Journal of Comparative Law in Cambridge University Press and the Australian Journals of ASEAN Law in University of Melbourne. His articles have been published in internationally recognized and refereed journals such as the Nordic Journals of International Law, Lund University, Australian Journals of ASEAN Law, University of Melbourne, European Journals of Law Reform, Indiana University, Journal of Islamic Studies, Oxford University, and Journal of Southeast Asian Studies, Cambridge University. He has also published bestseller books in Indonesian language or bahasa, such as Tafsir Al-Quran di Medsos, 2 volumes of ICIIS Khalifano, Sharing Sebelum Sharing, Ngaji Fikih, etc. On Indonesian law, Nadir has made a significant contribution to the understanding of the problems and the prospect of Indonesian law reform in the 4 different areas: the constitution, politics, human rights, and anti-corruption. As a strong defender of...
Okay, please, Dr. Nadir Hussain. Short introduction from you.
Suara saya terdengar jelas, Prof?
Yes, clear.
Oke, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'd. Thank you for the introductions. My presentation will talk about Islam and civil society during the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. So I'm going to specifically looking at Indonesia as a case study. And then from that, hopefully we can learn what are the future or the biggest challenges, as the moderator, the chair said, for the Muslim communities. So since 1998, Indonesia has served as a model of Muslim democracy. One of the reasons for the success of this democratization in Indonesia is the state's generally positive position in relation to diversity. Indonesian state policy has never favored one of the many Islamic constituencies that make Indonesian Islam so diverse. This accommodation has led to high participation by Muslim groups in a vibrant democratic life. But then the COVID-19 pandemic hit us, and this pandemic has revealed some problems with this model of inclusiveness. This emergency situation has required uniformity of messaging, broad support for difficult policy steps, and high levels of public trust. Islam is a crucial element of public communication in Indonesia, and it has emerged that this fragmentation of the religious community has not helped Indonesian responses to the pandemic. From fatwa to stubbornness, science to conspiracy, and charity to political competition, these are the response of Muslim communities to COVID-19 situation in Indonesia. Would the pandemic reveal the true nature of Indonesian Islam? How has the COVID-19 impacted the relationship between God, ulama, government, and society? My presentation is to reflect what happened in the last 2 years and what lesson can we learn from the pandemic for the future issues of Islamic authority and society. The COVID-19 pandemic has presented believers with a dilemma. Either they choose to lock down their prayers at home, or they view the pandemic as a challenge of their faith, and in response, refuse to maintain a social distance from God and the public rituals that are part of their beliefs. The global pandemic has forced Muslims to contemplate a fundamental question. What is the purpose or benefit of ritual or worship? Is it something performed only to serve God, no matter the situation? Or is it its purpose to make you and your loved ones happy and safe? Those who believe that ritual is intended primarily to serve God will put public worship ahead of concerns over COVID-19. They challenge other believers with difficult questions. Why you are afraid of the virus? You should be afraid of God. They oppose government regulations forbidding them to organize mass prayers in mosques or other worship places. However, those who take the second position believe God does not need our prayers. We are the ones who need God. There is room for interpretation and relaxation of some ritual requirements because worship is not solely for the benefit of God, but for the benefit of us. So can we label these different opinions into a usual category of moderate versus fundamentalism? Because I think it is very common right now. We talk about the conservative group, even radical group, extremist group, and the liberal groups. So is it still possible to use this label to understand what's going on in the Muslim communities in the past 2 years during the pandemic? These two different positions that I just briefly described have led religious communities to respond in a variety of ways to the COVID-19 crisis. So we recall in mid-March 2020, 2 years ago, during COVID outbreak, for example, thousands of Muslim pilgrims from across Asia gather in Goa, South Sulawesi, for a 5-day Ijtima meeting, Islamic congregation. There was a panic at the time because we just started to get this pandemic, but then more than 8,000 people already gathered in South Sulawesi. Organizers finally agreed to close the event after at least 8,500 people had gathered in the area. So as a result, a cluster of infections arose in Goa. Ini di chat ada yang bilang nggak bisa dengar suara. Ini suara saya bisa kedengaran jelas atau ada masalah?
Jelas sekali, Prof.
Oke.
Very clear, yes, very clear. Just go on.
Berarti kesalahan bukan pada saya, bukan pada layar saya. Okay, so as a result, we recall that a cluster of infections arose in Goa. Hundreds of confirmed. Nah, ini bergema suaranya.
No. Just clear. Everything is just okay.
Ini di Zoom agak gema.
Oh, di Zoom.
Kita coba lagi.
Please, I hope the audience to mute their voice. Or the admin can mute all our audience, so only speaker can speak.
Okay, so hundreds of confirmed COVID-19 cases at the time involved those who attended the Goa Ijtima. And then the administration of Central Java formed a team to track down approximately 1,500 residents who attended the mass religious gathering in Goa. The damage had been done. That's one of the examples of how Muslim communities reacted to the issue of pandemic 2 years ago. And we also recall the three most prominent Islamic organizations in Indonesia, the Indonesian Council of Ulama, Majelis Ulama Indonesia or MUI, Nahdlatul Ulama, and Muhammadiyah, have all issued religious rulings or fatwas, ordering followers to some extent to avoid mass gatherings at mosques. However, as we also recall, many mosques are still holding regular Friday prayer as well as daily prayers during the pandemic time. So they ignore the fatwa. They even think that they use their own opinion and ignoring the fatwa from ulama. At the same time, it seems that the Jokowi administration during pandemic was reluctant to impose strict prohibitions for people gathering at the places of worship during the pandemic, because such prohibitions could trigger a political move by Islamist political parties or Islamist groups. And then the situation seems to be getting worse at the time when members of Jokowi's own administration issued different and conflicting statements and even confusing regulations, signaling to the already confused public a lack of coordination among key government officers. And we know that Jokowi administration decided to make a balanced approach in the last 2 years between health and economy. So they proposed the new normal in order to allow people to work and boost their economy. At the same time, the mantra flatten the curve has not been reached. So what we saw in the last 2 years is not new normal, it was a new disaster. So back to the issue of praying at the mosque during daily and also Friday prayer, you may recall that many Muslims at the time ignored the fatwas from Nahdlatul Ulama, Muhammadiyah, and MUI on the grounds that why the government allows people to work in the company and factory, but discourage us to go to the mosque. We are at the mosque only for 30, 60 minutes, whereas those who come to the office or factory stay there for 8, 10 hours. And they also questions that the market or pasar is still open and they do not operate physical distancing. We pray at the mosque practicing physical distancing 1 meter away from each other. But why the government always blame us? So it sounds familiar, all those questions, if we look back what happened 2 years ago. So as a result, some Muslims believe that the government's policy in dealing with COVID-19 in the past 2 years actually is directed towards Muslim groups. So some of them accuse that Jokowi's government is anti-Islam. Even worse, the COVID-19 pandemic, they said that it is created by China or Jewish or US or Bill Gates or any other conspiracy theories behind that. Some of them simply did not believe that the COVID-19 is real. Then the government relied on vaccine. But in June last year, 36.4% of Indonesians told the survey institute that they didn't want a vaccine, primarily out of a fear of side effects or because they doubted its efficacy. Non-trivial numbers of them rejected for more paranoid reasons, from believing that the virus dangers have been exaggerated or that the pandemic is a hoax, actually. It is simply not real. Hardcore anti-vaxxers will be hard for the government to reach in Indonesia's polarized political climate. But other polls suggest many previously on the fence about vaccination are now expressing enthusiasm for it now that dangers of the virus are even more obvious. Then the government needs the backup from Islamic organization in order to promote their vaccine program. So the government has asked the ulama to issue the fatwa. Then Indonesian Council of Ulama, MUI, has declared AstraZeneca vaccine as haram, but has made a special allowance for the emergency circumstances, darurah, ad-darurah tubihul mahdhura. This is because the MUI received information that the AstraZeneca vaccine has pork element, which is considered forbidden for Muslims. However, due to the emergency situation with COVID-19 pandemic, the MUI has allowed Muslims to get vaccinated. So darurah applies in a dire situation in which there is no lawful means to prevent harm that may be inflicted upon human life. This fatwa has different reasoning from the fatwa issued by East Java branch of MUI. The East Java MUI use a theory of istihalah, change of state. In the Islamic legal tradition, the Hanafi school proposed widely to use the method of istihalah to classify food. In the istihalah method, it is recognized that wine is haram. However, if the same wine turns to vinegar, it becomes halal. This being based on one of the hadiths of the Prophet. So the use of the vinegar or cuka derived from wine is halal as long as no wine remains in it. So from these examples, it becomes clear that if an unlawful food item changes state, then the original ruling also changes. Then East Java branch of MUI applied this ruling to AstraZeneca vaccine and declare that although during the process of making vaccine, pork element could be used, however, in the final product, the pork element no longer could be detected. So the legal status of this vaccine is halal. The chair of East Java MUI even delivered the verdict in front of President Joko Widodo while the president was watching East Java Muslim leaders receive their vaccines. So although both fatwa arrive in the same conclusions that Indonesian Muslims are allowed to get vaccinated, the different reasoning above reveals at least two critical things. The success of the Indonesian vaccination program depends on the support of Islamic authority. Medical advice alone is not enough to convince the Indonesian Muslims to get vaccinated and support the government's policy or program. Second, different opinions amongst Muslim leaders occur, and such differences could confuse people at the grassroots level. And while Islamic authority is so fragmented, the question arises, which fatwa ought to be followed on such issues? On a positive note, we see that civil society in the last 2 years during the pandemic get together and help people during the crisis. We saw that many crowdfunding campaigns that have been launched on local platforms like kitabisa.com, for instance, to help those in need. This includes raising funds to support informal sector workers, such as street food sellers, scavengers, and motorcycle taxi drivers, and also to purchase personal protective equipment for healthcare workers. So that's the positive side that we saw from Muslim communities. So as a conclusion, back to the questions whether we still can use a popular category of moderate Muslim versus conservative or liberal versus radicalism. I believe that in the past 2 years, using COVID-19 pandemic as a case study in Indonesia, I think it is overly simplistic to label those who defy government and religious recommendation on physical distancing at places of worship as radicals or extremists. Likewise, it is unwise to label all believers who choose to worship at home as moderates. So different categories are needed here. Categories more suitable for use during the COVID-19 pandemic. I propose to use the category to capture one of the modern phenomena here, which is the rise of religious individualism versus religious institution. The COVID-19 pandemic reveals that many individual Muslims no longer subscribe to the authority of religious institutions, such as Nahdlatul Ulama, MUI, and Muhammadiyah. They are aware that their own afterlife depends on their own practice of religion. They even refer to some individual da'i or preacher rather than to a religious institution. They are afraid that they could not get to paradise if they ignore God during pandemic. They want to show that they are more afraid to God rather than to the Islamic organization or to the government. In the West, this is what we call it sacral egoism. So in the West, this sacral egoism could be seen as progressive one. But in the case of Indonesia, I'm afraid that the rising of this religious individualism is mostly based on anti-science, stubbornness, egoism, and ignorance. They become selfish. The egoistic attitudes in practicing faith, believing that the most important thing is to worship or to get into heaven, and that's all that matters. If other people get affected from their acts, well, that's their business with God. So the pandemic reveals that by looking at the case from Indonesia, that one of the biggest challenges now is that on one hand, many Muslims thought that they are responsible for their own act. They want to make actions based on their own understanding. But on the other hand, their understanding is not based on science, it's not based on religious considerations, but based on selfish, based on anti-science, stubbornness, egoism, and ignorance. And this is what we learned from the past 2 years of the pandemic. And I think institutions like Islamic universities or Islamic institutions in Indonesia need to address these sacral egoisms that we saw in the last 2 years. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nadir Sahusen. Let's give applause to him. Okay, very, very nice presentation and clear where Dr. Nadir Sahusen problematized the category of liberal or and fundamental, and he preferred to using religious individualism and religious institutionalism when referring to the various expression or response of Muslim community to the COVID pandemic 19 in Indonesia, while the first show how this religious individualism failed to combine religion and science because they are more egoistic, more think of themselves in terms of facing the pandemic. And this is also the task of the religious institution to give more insight into people where the religion and science actually can be combined and should work together. Well, we can discuss later this very nice idea. And now we would like to invite the second speaker, Dr. Bill Michael Henry. Hello, Dr. Henry, are you with us already?
I am, yes.
Yeah,
Good afternoon in Lombok.
yeah,
Thank you for your invitation.
Yeah, what time now in Derby?
In Derby now, 7:46 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, okay. So I hope it's
Not too early.
not too early for you. Hopefully,
Not
yes,
too early,
yeah.
no.
So you will have a fresh air and fresh mind to start our discussion. Well, Dr. Henry is a senior lecturer at the Department of Criminology, University of Derby, and he is an ethnographic social researcher working on disaster risk reduction, global criminology, intelligence, security, radicalism in the UK, and transnational and domestic terrorism. He is currently writing a monograph examining policy and professional rule within counter-terrorism in UK and Anglo-American region. This time, Dr. Henry will present his paper entitled Introducing Radicalization and Our Proximal Concern for Societies. Well, welcome, and time is yours, Dr. Henry.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I'd like to start by thanking you all for your invitation, and I very much enjoyed Nadir Saad's comments and thoughts about the questions posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, something that I also have a insight into in the UK as we work here at the university, looking at disaster management and the epidemiological side of that focus. Okay, so what I intend to do is to try to unpack something that hopefully speaks to the theme this morning here and this afternoon in Lombok around transmodern transformation of a global world, challenges and opportunities. And I've spent some time in the last 10 or 12 years exploring the conceptual ideas and the realities of the notions of radicalization in the UK and Europe and in the USA. And I don't want to present a kind of Eurocentric view of the world today, but I want to try to unpack the conceptual thinking behind some of these ideas and then leave it for people to kind of explore in the question and answer what they might think are appropriate ways to make sense of this. And it's proved to be challenging in a number of ways. And hopefully I'm going to unpack some of that for the benefit of the audience. So what I'd like to start with is to kind of pose sort of 5 key conceptual questions really to consider. And some of them are universal, some of them are quite particular. But I'd like to think about the idea that is, or ask the question, is there a universal pattern to radicalization? Or does each case need to be understood in its particular context? Secondly, is radicalization best understood as an individual level psychological process or a group-based process or a combination of both? Thirdly, what are the implications of ambiguities in definitions of both terrorism and radicalization? And I'd add in there, in quote marks, extremism as well. And I will come to think about that a little bit as we talk through this session. Fourthly, where do we draw the line between the right to freedom of conscience and speech and a responsibility to reduce risks of violence? And I think this is a really significant question for all communities, and particularly in the context of the question posed by the conference in terms of Muslim communities globally. And finally, can the research to date help to better formulate the relationship between the cognitive and the behavioral approaches to radicalization? And we see that some of the reference points that I'm going to speak to frame the way radicalization might be understood as either cognitive and or behavioral. So they talk about what people think and believe and feel and how they actually act. And we'll try to make some sense of that. I guess added to the conceptual thinking, there are real questions for practitioners. And by practitioners, I guess I'm talking broadly about anyone that has any engagement with, comes into contact with at the individual or group level, as either a practitioner in a formal institutional setting and or an informal setting, a familial setting within families. There are so many ways within which the notion of practitioner could be thought through in terms of this concept. So I want to pose a few questions just to help people think about practitioners. So key questions for practitioners are often about how do people identify the risk of radicalization before they act, and actually what is the risk? What can be done to prevent it? And is there a rationale for prevention from becoming radicalized? What are the impacts of the internet in terms of radicalization, and what can be done to disrupt that influence if that influence is seen to be negative? And I want people to just bear in mind, these questions are very open. I mean, there's no fixed either academic or policy definitions that support any conclusive evidence. There's very little, if any, causal research out there that kind of identifies variables that would help make sense of these questions. So we are still, even now, in a world, post 9/11, which is where much of the conversation around the isation, the adjectival form of radical, becomes prominent in the political social discourse globally. And I'd like to think about what works to achieve an idea of de-radicalization and how we might know that's taken place. Or actually, is disengagement the best we can hope for, or a better option? And what can be done to make societies resilient to radicalization? So all of those questions that I've posed, both the conceptual ones and the practitioner-focused ones, can be interchangeably read, I guess. But the problem that exists consistently and has done and remains so is this idea of defining it in the first place. Defining radicalization, as with defining terrorism, provides multiple definitions depending on the perspective that you take and where you're sitting in relation to the concept. And or there are those that want to argue that radicalization as a social construct is actually something that we can do without. We don't actually need to think about the notion of what radicalization means in principle, because we already have really useful literature around social movement theory and conflict and peace studies, which provides already sufficient evidence of and indication for how political violence particularly manifests itself. But I might want to argue actually that we are not in a great place in terms of the claims to consign radicalization as a concept and a notion to the dustbin of time, because it has become, whether we like it or not, the lingua franca, at least in the global north, and from my experience in the global south also. So questions about what we mean by radicalization are things that we need to try to come to terms with, or at least offer some ideas about. So as a concept, it's proliferated in the media and in popular discourse in the last 20 to 25 years, and has become enshrined, particularly in the global north, in counter-terrorism law and in strategies. Conceptually, however, and this is a point I'd like to make, I think we may have failed to see the wood because of the trees. And what do I mean by that? Well, do we concentrate too much on the few that do go on to commit what we might call acts of political violence vis-a-vis the law or laws in various nation states and internationally that frame that political violence under the term terrorism, another contested idea? And if we concentrate too much on the few that do commit political violence, is that to the detriment of the many that do not? Because this brings us into a real concern for everyone globally, and particularly in light of the conference today, Muslims particularly, in that to have views to hold antagonistic and or anger-fueled frustrations, to be disenfranchised, disillusioned, disenchanted, disaffected, discriminated, all the disses in the English language virtually, will shape the way in which people think and feel about their particular context, whether that's at the local and or national, regional or transnational level. And is it sufficient then, given the way particularly the global north have taken this on, is it sufficient to talk about radicalization only in the context of violent outcomes of a political, religious, or particularly in the UK and Europe, a racial nature has also been included in this framework? And what then of anyone who has that kind of activist engagement, radical activism of whatever kind, what about those individuals? Should that open the question of whether or not that is radicalization, and or whether or not we're actually missing the point? And I'll try and do a little bit more to unpack that later. So it leaves us with the question, ultimately, why do we need to define it in the first place? Well, as a concept, I think I've already said, it gained its own sense of a life of its own, should I say, in as much as it has become the lingua franca, i.e. it is so now ubiquitous in language. We use it constantly. Dr. Nadir mentioned it a couple of times in what he was talking about. And the notion of the word radical and the way in which we conceptualize that and the way in which it's then become used is a challenge. So if this is an irresistible concept, but remains elusive because we can't nail it down or we can't fix it in any particular way, either within literatures, within social sciences and or in any other literature that I've yet to discover. So what we don't have is any clear scientific definition of the concept, which makes it much more difficult from a research perspective. And there are a number of different ways in which academics particularly have sought to explain it and describe it and define it. And similarly, there are a number of different ways in which the academic perspectives are at odds with many policy-based perspectives that are born out of government counter-terrorism policies of various different kinds. So have we found ourselves in a world where there's a little bit of a moral panic in terms of this idea of radicalization, because it appears in the news and society understands it as interchangeably used with the notions of terrorism or political violence of any particular kind? One of the challenges I perceive is that within many liberal democracies, the increase in fear around the concept has led to increasing acceptance of surveillance and questions about the limits of freedom of conscience and the freedom of speech. And one significant challenge for us all, including the global ummah, is the idea that that limitations are being placed on us in terms of our freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. And I'll speak specifically to the UK perspective, but for a moment, just to try to give a sense of what is happening here, or what has happened here and evolved here for the audience. In the UK, post 9/11, we all saw globally that the coming together under the umbrella of the American US USA auspices for the so-called war on terror under the then Bush administration, drew a significant sea change in the way in which international framing, international law, international humanitarian law, and the global idea that transnational terrorism is now such a problem that the UN and other significant global institutions engaged with this process and developed it over time, which has led to where we are today. The UK's perspective was on the back of more than 30 years of what were described as the Troubles in Northern Ireland, i.e. Political violence that was manifest in sectarianism in Northern Ireland between what effectively were unionist political ideologies that sought to remain part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Republican positions that wanted to see a united Ireland and remove itself from the United Kingdom of Great Britain. And within the context of that, there were the underlying divisions within society between Roman Catholicism and Christian Protestantism, which, although not the cause of the troubles themselves, becomes a demarcating factor in the tensions that exist. And of course, this is true globally. Wherever there are conflict within group, out-group activity, whatever the in-group, out-group relationship is, there are ways to demarcate who stands in which camp. So in the UK, we moved towards developing something called Contest, a counter-terrorism strategy. It didn't appear until 2003 in its first iteration, and it was developed over time since then. It's now in its third iteration, which was published in 2018. And the Contest policy set itself up under the formulation of 3 Ps. That's the letter P. The first one being prevent, the prevention of terrorism, and the implications for that being not supporting those who would seek to take that route. And the opposite end of the scale was pursue, which essentially is the use of law enforcement and intelligence gathering, both within intelligence services and policing, in order to apprehend those terrorists that might function in that world. And the other 2 Ps within that framework were protect, which essentially evolved over time in the last 20 years to deal with critical national infrastructure, to deal with crowded places, and to deal with a whole range of business and institutional focused activity that suggested that people should risk assess and manage the potential risks of terrorism in their own environments. And finally, prepare, which falls broadly within the disaster management world, the preparedness or the preparation for an event that we call terrorism under the law. What can be done to mitigate? For example, if you have very little time, what can be done to mitigate in order to reduce harm? So that was the way the UK set about doing what it did. And fundamentally, the element within the Contest strategy, the prevent side, is probably the most controversial, and it's the one that effectively deals with the ideas of radicalization. And it opened a door to a place that we had never been in before. And this has happened at a global level in different environments. And that is, we identified radicalization to institutions and created a multi-agency environment. And by that, I basically mean that the government suggested, and policy suggests, that radicalization is not just the problem of the state, but it is the problem of everyone. And that within education, at every level, within local authorities or municipalities or those that have local government function, within regional and national government, within the health service as is defined in the UK, and within other major institutional frameworks, that those organisations and institutions should also take responsibility. This includes social work, this includes a whole range of public focused activity. So you end up with a situation where actually what's happening is, and the question we pose, or I pose, is, are we asking ordinary people who do not appear to have any qualifications to identify radicalisation, are not experts in any way, to take responsibility for these issues? And that's a really big topic and one that we could come back to. So to give us some sense of where we might try and focus the meaning making of radicalisation, academics have talked about it in various ways, and Mark Sedgwick in 2010 problematized the idea and said, well, how do we understand this? To understand it, what do we mean by the term moderate? Because we can make the wrong assumptions in terms of where the lines are drawn between what is radical and what is moderate. And on that basis, we've also got a more fundamental problem, that the idea of radical or radicalism is very much part of the developments of industrial societies, of democratic liberal democracies, and many other forms of societal formation. In that, had we not had radical thinkers and radical actors historically, then technological global development would not be where it is today. So we find ourselves in a difficult place right from the outset, in as much as we're trying to differentiate between the radical in the positive and radical, which has been adopted with this adjectivization, as a negative. And the challenges you can imagine are that people fail to understand what the difference is. So we see in radicalization that it's been suggested that it becomes part of a question of state of mind or a propensity to engage in certain types of action. And it also talks about or refers to a willingness to engage in violent illegal action, or simply to engage in any form of activism. And this is where the landscape gets really murky and very muddy, because we're trying to make a distinction between what is violent illegal action and engagement with and in any form of activism. Surely forms of activism in and of themselves do not point to the idea that radicalization towards extreme views and ultimately potentially terrorism is a sensible way to think about this. And Sedgwick also says, well, we've got other problems with this term because we use it in different ways. And he gives 3 different domains in which the meaning of radicalization is expressed, both in security, in integration, and in foreign policy. In security, intelligence agencies are concerned with direct and indirect threats to the state and its citizens. In integration terms, beliefs which do not appear to fit with mainstream cultural views as radical are potentially being challenged, even if not necessarily a security threat. So it seems that where the minority perspective is to be seen as challenging the majority perspective, we might find ourselves in a really dangerous territory here. And what might that mean? And then in foreign policy, particularly where overseas governments can designate opposition groups as radical, and sometimes that's been shown to be and seen to be with a view to gaining Western support, for example, vis-a-vis the so-called war on terror, and or support for overseas organizations, and where individuals are designated as being radicalized, despite the fact that there is no obvious threat or identifiable threat to domestic security. So on that notion of problematizing the term, how has it developed? Well, according to Coursier, who works within the Belgium institution, the term radicalization originally in the European context, at least, came about as a consequence of police and intelligence circles thinking about the notions of what might need to be done post the 9/11 events in New York and Washington State. And essentially, he contends that actually this was about people's anger. You know, people were angry at what had happened. And so this notion of radicalization seems to have been twinned with the notion of being angry and or frustrated. Internal European Union counterterrorism documents from May 2004 and thereafter listed potential root causes for this anger, which was exploited by foreign recruiters to draw vulnerable young Europeans into overseas terrorist campaigns. We then saw in the European context incidents in the Netherlands, in Spain in 2004, in London, and the transport system in 2005. And the focus shifted from external transnational to the domestic realm. In other words, European nations were coming to terms with the notion of homegrown terrorism, i.e. their own citizens who were prepared to commit acts of political violence in the name of various kinds of causes. And this is not just about so-called jihadist, radical and or Islamist militancy. This is also very much in the context of far left and far right extreme and political violence as well. And there is a whole conversation about the reciprocal relationship between jihadist militancy and extreme right-wing conspirators and actors. But I don't think we'll have the time to go into that here. So the homegrown question was a real issue in the European context because it was about, well, this is not as was previously thought about migrant communities, but this is about the communities of the host, the people in European nations. And in the context of how then the European Union tried to make sense of all of this, the European Commission openly acknowledged that it was an oversimplification of what is an extremely complex process that lay at the intersection of this pathways of individuals and social context. So it's not an easy thing to resolve, even in its development, to make sense of how we now understand it. In popular understanding and within policy circles, individuals' engagement with ideologies became the primary focus. So the notion of an ideology seemed to become front and center in terms of how policymakers then looked at and thought about the implications for terrorist activity. And radicalization then got embroiled in the growing public concerns in Western countries over immigration, integration, accommodation, assimilation, and a whole range of challenging issues insofar as minority ethnic communities were concerned. And it was then associated as something unique and contemporary, largely linked to mostly Islamist-related phenomena. Now, that's a massive question to explore, and one we might come back to in the Q&A, but at this point, I just want to leave it there in terms of this, trying to make sense of the ideology debate. But the problem arises that if you privilege ideology as the main driver of individuals that slide into terrorism or movement towards acts of political violence we call terrorism, depending on who's making that call at whatever state level, we tend then to fail to understand the political and social and economic drivers. And of course, this is not straightforwardly a case of some kind of linear shift between thought, action, and behavior. It's a much more complex process. And we can't make any sense of the research in terms of where is the clarity about the degree of influence of ideology in the radicalization process. That is, if we contend that and believe that radicalization is in fact a process, albeit a very ill-defined one, and one that is clearly not linear. It stops and starts. It is influenced at different points in time, potentially by global events, by local events, by what have been described as trigger events, as catalysts for particular tipping points that people might then commit violence as a consequence of. But all that is still only dealing with the few. These are so few people. I mean, we could think about the notion of the many that we might see as radicalized and or part of government schemes that seek to de-radicalize or to disengage people from particular pathways towards political violence. And if we look at the figures that presented by the UK Home Office, in at least in the last 10 years, we can see that the numbers fluctuate a little, but are fairly consistent in as much as the multi-agency framework that exists here in the UK sees something in the region of between 4,500 and 7,500 people referred into what is described as the channel panel process, which is a multi-agency focused panel that sits at the local level and within local authorities and seeks to provide intervention where necessary of whatever kind to support people from travelling on this pathway towards what might otherwise become political violence known as terrorism. So we can't be clear about the degree of influence of ideology in the radicalisation process, and we recognise that this is significant for frontline prevention workers who found that theological or ideological discussions were mostly pointless when you start to talk to people about their experience and what radicalisation means to them as individuals. And of course, what we then recognise is that there are multiple drivers here. You know, ideology as a driver cannot be consistently supported as a rationale for how radicalisation progresses. So the multiple drivers in people's lives respond to their social conditions and to a whole range of personal factors. This then brings us to the question of, so how do we understand radicalisation in the context of and the difference between it and extremism, for example? And often these terms, radicalisation and extremism, are used interchangeably. And this is found in many policy documents. Whilst radicalisation is suggested to be a process which may result in terrorism, the ambiguity around whether extremism refers to extreme beliefs, sort of counter to liberal democracy, if you like, or mainstream views or discourse, or extreme methods, is still unclear. And at the same time, many beliefs or political positions that were once seen as dangerously radical are now accepted as mainstream. So the extreme nature of belief may not be something we can objectively determine. And if you think about this in the way in which the UK have gone about considering the notion of how to define extremism, it's taken a particular perspective on what it believes extremism to be, in as much as it's brought about a whole public sector focused approach to the question of extremism, which talks about almost presenting a kind of us and them type narrative, if you like, framed around those that do not necessarily hold the values or question norms and values of mainstream societies may fall into this category of being referenced as extreme. And this comes across a whole range of different ideas, some of which are frankly farcical, not least because we've got very little evidence to suggest that so-called radical extremist actors who take the view that, you know, government policy is ill-defined, do not go on to become terrorists, and this is hugely part of the problem. So there's no academic agreement, and this clearly no policy-related agreement. The governments in Canada, the USA, they have sort of definitions that focus purely on acquisition of extreme belief. The British governments focus more on extreme action. So they have defined the process by which people come to support terrorism and violent extremism, and in some cases then to participate in terrorist groups. So if you think about the areas of debate in terms of summing up, there are a number of areas where definitions of radicalization vary. Is it a state of mind? Is it cognitive? Or a propensity to engage in violent action, behavioral, or a combination of both? And whether it refers to holding extreme beliefs or the willingness to use extreme violence or action, and whether it can be applied to all forms of activism or only movements that use significant levels of violence, and whether it's best understood as an individual psychological process or engaging with an ideology or as a social process linked to identities and relationships. And all of those things in some way or other shape this fairly complex phenomena that I'm trying to explore with you. I'll look at a couple of other particular cases, and then I think we'll, looking at time, I think we will, we'll draw it to a brief conclusion. So is radicalization used for repression is also a question that's been posed. So there are ambiguities in terms of how the meaning of radicalization can be exploited, and particularly within the context of counter-terrorism activity. Governments who may wish to suppress, even if they are entirely peaceful, even if groups are entirely peaceful, or only create damage to property, for example, use radicalization and can use radicalization to exploit individual groups that the government feels unhappy with. And an example from Academics for Peace in Turkey, who signed an open letter to the government calling for a peaceful resolution to the Kurdish conflict, and then have been accused of terrorism and have faced police detention, criminal proceedings, and losing their jobs. In the UK, as an example, teaching materials for understanding extremism have referred to animal rights and environmental activists and presented them as examples of potential violent extremists. And even to the point where law enforcement have named some of those groups as clearly designated alongside terrorist organizations. And in the USA, activists in favor of rights to access abortion who have committed damage to property have also been labeled as terrorists by politicians opposed to abortion in that country. And if you come back to a very basic frame of reference, Mark Sedgwick talked about the idea that radicalization has become the standard term used to describe what goes on before the bomb goes off. And Hoskins and O'Laughlin talk about it in terms of a vague phenomena that doesn't really exist, while Peter Newman at UCL in London argues scholars need to embrace the term to try and end these ambiguities. And some more recent research which looks at and provides some evidence of not causal but clearly associations with different ideas comes from Bellinger and others, who define radicalization as the social and psychological process of incrementally experienced commitment to extremist political or religious views. So what I want to say in conclusion, my concluding thoughts might be that the evolution of radicalization as a psychosocial process seems to be where an individual moves from a more peaceful existence or coexistence in society to be willing to commit acts of violence on behalf of some kind of political, religious or ideological cause. The problem we've got is we need to understand the term in terms of, are there other ways in which we can think about this as a process? where people become motivated to take non-violent action and shift the language away from labeling those individuals as extremists and or as being radicalized or on a so-called progressive radicalization journey, which is, again, as I said, is ill-defined. And for me, we need to distinguish between what might be described in broad terms as dangerous and non-dangerous extreme beliefs. And we're quite far off in terms of making those distinctions. And even though sort of in just over 20 years, we've been exploring this phenomena, we haven't really made those approaches as clear as they could be. So at that point, I'm going to pause for questions. I hope that I've offered something in terms of the conceptual reference points for this notion of radicalization, and but open to whatever thoughts people might have in the Q&A. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Henry. Please give applause to him. Okay. Very engaging talk and really, I think, philosophical and sociological approach to see the evolution of the use of term of radicalization and also extremism and terrorism. Well, this is very broad discussion, but also deep critical analysis to the term itself, whether the radicalization refer to or motivated by religion, by social condition, or it is type of relationship, for example, between state and a person, or between person and the other person. Well, I think there is something that personally I would like to ask, but I would like to invite first the audience to have a question to both of our speakers. Yeah, please. Yes, I think I will give for the first term 3 person who will ask the question. Okay, 1, 2. Is there anyone online who would like to pose a question? Please raise your hand. Okay, not yet. Okay, in the room we have 3 person who would like to ask a question. Please start from Pak Seva. Yeah, please mention your name and affiliation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Asmawi from the Faculty of Sharia and Law, UIN Saifullah Jakarta. How are you, Nadir Shah Hussein?
Alhamdulillah, saya Asmawi, long-time Muslim.
My question about the fatwas on the COVID-19 pandemic issue. One question is the fatwas on the COVID-19 pandemic issues indicate science-based ijtihad. So the ijtihad of MUI is science-based ijtihad. So what do you think about science-based ijtihad in the future, especially in relation to the contemporary issues that relates to the scientific method? Well, what do you think about the future of science-based ijtihad and the role of it in the development of Islamic law in Indonesia, especially? The second question is about the effectiveness of fatwa. So what do you think about the effectiveness of fatwa in perspective of the theory of law effectiveness, like as sounded by Surjono Sukanto or another scholar? So, do you think that the fatwa is effective or no? So, the factor of the effectiveness of a law is present in the fatwa of MUI relation to the pandemic issue. I think that my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will go to the second participant. Okay, you have your own mix. Turn on first, turn on.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Prof. Nadir Shah Hussain, and good morning, Prof. Philip Henry. Thank you very much for your great presentation and great speech. I would like to highlight, first of all, to Prof. Nadir Shah Hussain. If I'm not wrong, that you have also elaborated on the role of media or digital fatwa, that every people has access to that sources. So my focus is in terms of, on the one hand is technology or information of technology, and on the other is in terms of how that social contractivism has developed or has triggered the role of normativity. So this is, I just want to highlight first, how do you think that, because as also I will refer to Henry also, that this technology or digital technology has changed our lifestyle, our role of society in terms of course also in Islamic law. That, do you think that the religious association or in civil society will decline in the future, and because of that people need to be, and also the religious association should have a certain focus in terms of how they develop the develop of Islamic law, and how Islamic law to be shared and to be disseminated among people. So if not that done by the civil society, especially religious association, that it seemed to what we have just now discussed, that people will tend to be, you say, secular egoism, in that people have very freedom to choose whatever they wish, and the religious association tend to decline. No, so I mean, in this regard, that do you think that, like the Nahdlatul Ulama and Muhammadiyah in the next future, will tend to decline their influence in Indonesian society, especially because of the higher or the increasing of the technology, especially information of technology? This is one thing. And second, I would address the question to Prof. Henry. Yeah, of course, also I would like to relate this to information technology in terms of radicalization or terrorism. So people can access very easily to the information technology, and then they believe what they try to search the information and the ideology, and after that, it is very easily also they can connect one another, even though in the England, for example, or in the America, in the Europe, even though he is in Indonesia, for example. And after that, I mean, do you think that this is the, what to say, the information of technology can easily or cannot be blocked by the state in terms of how the state can reduce or can resist the radicalization. It is also because in our society in Indonesia, for example, it is one another phenomena that not only in terms of religious ideology, economic or lifestyle have changed, and the state and also the religious association is not too strongly responded to this change. So in response to such phenomena, do you think in general, I was to address to both of you, that religion in general will have a big challenge to what to say to face this phenomena? And of course, one direct answer: what is exactly the what to say the sharp and the what we say the good panacea to respond this phenomena? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Now the last question from Dr. Sukri Abu Bakar. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon for Pak Nadir Shah and good morning for Phillips Henry.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum.
The problem of terrorism in the worldwide to address in the Muslim community, including Palestine community, to get independent for their life and their nation. I think many experts from the West, including Philip Henry, to repeat meaning. What is the terrorism? I don't believe that Muslim communities are terrorists. Allah forbidden to do riot that the people, both Muslim and non-Muslim. Could you make another analysis in the Muslim community are not terrorists? Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, I would like to invite both of you, maybe start from Dr. Nadir Shah Hussain to respond to the question. There are 3 questions, yeah, and I think you already wrote the question, so I don't have to repeat it here.
Okay, thank you, Prof. The first question is come from my old friend, Sheikh Asmawi. So, Fatwa MUI, he described it as a science-based ijtihad. And he asked me, what do I think about this? And I think you are right, Sheikh Asmawi. Even before COVID-19, MUI already issue a fatwa based on science, particularly when it talks about halal food. So usually then during the meeting, the scientist or the auditor will report to members of fatwa committee the ingredients of the product based on the outcome of their research in a lab. So the science-based ijtihad is not only during the COVID. I think even before that, MUI already issue such fatwa. And I think this is the nature of what we call it ijtihad jama'i, the collective ijtihad conducted by the MUI since 1975. And then I think in the future, the expectation is that we are going to see more this kind of science-based fatwa, not only from MUI, but also from other Islamic institutions. However, if I can make a suggestion, right now the membership of Fatwa Committee or Lajnah Bahsul Masail in Nahdlatul Ulama, for instance. I don't know much about Majlis Tarjih of Muhammadiyah because I'm from Nahdlatul Ulama. But I think they look all the same, that the composition of those committee or those lajna or majlis, only the ulama or the fuqaha or the expert of fiqh. So then if they want to make a fatwa, then they will invite what you call it, secular scientists to join, right? So then the membership is not the same, and then once those secular scientists go home, then the ulama will make decisions. So I would like to make a suggestions that in the future, I think we need to seriously consider that the scientists also accommodated as a permanent members of those fatwa institutions. This is to support what Syekh Asmawi said, the science-based fatwa. He also asked me about the effectiveness of fatwa. And then this also relates to what my close friend, Professor Asep, questions regarding the digital technology, the fatwa and the digital technology. So first of all, I discussed in my presentations about which fatwa that we should follow during the pandemic. And this is the old questions, given that there are three main Islamic organizations in Indonesia, right? However, during COVID-19, as I mentioned in my presentations, what we see is that the influence of this Islamic institution is declining. Then now I think if we ask one simple questions, if we want to try, just post it in your social media account, whether it is Instagram or Twitter or Facebook or even TikTok. Not sure whether Professor Asep has a TikTok account or not. But then post one questions. Do you know who is the chair of Fatwa Committee of MUI? Who is the chair of Lajnah Bahsul Masail at Nahdlatul Ulama? And who is the chair of Majlis Tarjih Muhammadiyah? If you post that questions, and then I bet most of millennial generations do not know their names, do not know the names of these big scholars from these three Islamic organizations. Because now they refer to social media, they refer to those popular da'i, Ustadz Abdul Somad, Ustadz Adi Hidayat, Khalid Basalama, and so on and so forth. So more on individual preacher rather than listening or following the advice or fatwa from ulama belong to these three main Islamic organizations. So then when we said which fatwa that we should follow, it's no longer about the question whether we should follow MUI fatwa or NU fatwa or Muhammadiyah fatwa, but we go beyond that question now. Which fatwa that we should follow, then is it a question about whether we follow Abdul Somad fatwa, Adi Hidayat fatwa, or Khalid Basalama fatwa, or Gus Miftah fatwa, or Gus Muafiq fatwa, for instance. Right. So it's more about the individual fatwa. Is it effective? Well, then we depend on how people can access those fatwas. So I never doubt the quality of the argument of Dalil of the fatwa from MUI, Nahdlatul Ulama, and Muhammadiyah, whether I agree or not. But I think the argument is there, the references is there. But now, if you don't use social media to disseminate this fatwa, then people do not understand about this fatwa. So in one of the meeting of MUI Fatwa Committee, when I was invited there, I suggested that, well, not only they issue the fatwa, but then they need to make what we call it now meme, like a picture that posted in social media explaining about the fatwa in one page, right? Then people will have an access about this fatwa. Because now no longer we read the hard copy of newspaper, no longer that we have time to read 10 pages of Islamic arguments of dalil or quotation from classic Islamic books, Kitab Kuning. So now the millennial generations wants to have more understanding and more access to digital technology. So I think that's my response to Sheikh Asmawi and Professor Asep. And then for the third questions, before Pak Phil will respond to that, I think this is one of the main issue on both sides. One on the Muslim side, by saying that I don't believe there is an Islamic terrorism. It is, there is Islamic terrorism. Whether you deny it or not, the fact is that some of the terrorists using Islamic arguments to justify that. So if we don't recognize this, then we will not fix the problem. But on the other hand, as Phil already explained in his presentations, the problematic about defining what this terrorism is, right? So then I think in UK and also in Australia, the definition of terrorism, if you look at the legislations, then they put what they call it religious motive. So I only said in my class, saying that, well, if there are two different scenarios, one is that one guy came to the class and then carry M16, and then he said Allahu Akbar and then shoot everyone in the class. And the second event, that there's another guy carry M16, come to the class, and then before he shoot everyone in the class, he said that long live Karl Marx. So the question is, which one is terrorism? Which one is not? Right. So and then how we try to provide a solid evidence about the religious motive. So I wrote one of the article about that. But the point is that there are two issues here in both groups. One is from the Islamic group itself, that denying there's an Islamic terrorism, which I think is wrong. And there is also a problem in the Western part when they provide the definitions of what terrorism is by putting a religious motive as one of the elements of terrorism, which is in fact then this will lead to guilty by associations. This will lead to the debate in the court about Islamic interpretations. So I think that's my response, moderator.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, please, Dr. Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Nadisha. And yeah, to the first of the two questions that really relate to my side of that conversation, the discussion and the debate globally about the use of internet social media platforms and other forms of technologies that provide communication is constant. And it's not just a Western phenomenon. This is a constant feature. The UK actually did a study of convicted terrorists in terms of their internet use in 2017. And some of the things that they talk about in that context were very much about the way in which people radicalize online, radicalize offline, and whether or not they're using a combination of both online and offline in order to facilitate violent outcomes. I think at least the government study probably suggests that the role of radicalization in the online environment is not totally clear, but there are clearly pathways that provide certain demographic groups and profiles where you can see similar kinds of activity occurring on a regular basis. This also feeds into the second question about the challenge of not being guilty by association. As Professor Nadir said, it is a significant challenge, and one of the problems that the Western societies, broadly speaking, have got, particularly at the policy level, is to try to differentiate, as I hope I tried to do in my presentation, between the many and the few, and that is what we're talking about. It's incongruous to even think that, you know, the notion of Muslim identity should be associated with the idea of political violence equals terrorism. Those two things just do not add up. What we know is that those who have a particular or have taken up a particular position related to their group identity, to power, to a whole range of social factors that are often about their misuse of the realities of life in order to convince or persuade people that the grievances that they have are legitimate and that should be part of a group challenge, for example. What we can see is that where people are disenfranchised, where there's clear disillusionment, and where people are disenchanted with their social situation, then it's likely that those grievances, like any other kind of grievances, will manifest in one way or another. But it doesn't mean at all ever that that those grievances will take people to the point of political violence we call terrorism under various laws. And so I want to dispel any idea that that we should associate Muslim communities with notions of terrorism, at least in the academic sense. I fear, however, that the social and political discourse and the way in which news media in various different forms presents the case creates this divisiveness, this challenge around identities, and sadly puts people in the with us or against us kind of camp, which is absolutely what extremists want to happen. They want to see that divisive media messaging. They want to present uncertainty and fear and discontent, because that creates a position from which they can grow and develop the strength of their particular position. And it allows them to recruit and to inculcate and persuade and present their sense of victimhood as legitimate, when often that sense of victimhood cannot always be legitimized. And I don't suggest for a minute that there aren't geopolitical factors that are at play here that are largely responsible for the divisions in the first place. But I think in terms of what do we do about that, we need to acknowledge that, and going back to the second question now, that the technical advancement of global communication in a globalized world in which we can almost follow news media and other activity in real time, clearly adds to the challenge that the questioner presented, which is, how does religion cope with that challenge, with that phenomena in terms of that technological advancement? And is it that formal religious institutions and groups, organizations, etc., is it that they have not maintained the pace of global technical advancement and therefore are fallen behind, and therefore are unable to offer what in my environment, if you talk about terrorism studies as a academic discipline, we call counter narratives. I think that there is a lot of good evidence of the way in which religious institutions, communities at national level, at state level, and globally have come together to embrace that challenge, and have come together to dispel the myth of associating terrorism with Muslim communities, and the nature of the way in which that could be understood, at least as a UK example, is clear. We see the referral process for the radicalisation programme of prevention in the UK has exceeded the numbers of referrals for far-right extremism of various different kinds, has far exceeded any referrals that might have been associated with radical jihadism or radical Islamist activity. And we've seen that year on year in the last 2 years, during and after the pandemic period. So I think one of the great concerns in the UK, particularly at the moment, is the increase, not just the growth of the far and extreme right, and the implications for that in terms of disharmony within society, in terms of they also adopting the same mentality as militant jihadists, in that they also present their case as victims, and that they use that that mirror, if you like, to suggest that they too are frustrated and disenfranchised and disillusioned, and they too have anger, and they too are marginalized. And so we have these two particular kinds of potential violent extremism, and I say potential very clearly, who are actually mirroring each other in the way they function, and they mirror each other in the way they function online as well as offline. And of course, how do we address that in terms of counter narratives? What do we say about the nature of the way in which religions particularly understand their own propensity for peaceful coexistence, versus what is otherwise a very divisive and antagonistic approach that is being presented by this very, very few, and I underline that, minority on the global scale, that sadly is amplified by news media and social media and other internet sources to appear to create the perspective of a moral panic, when in actual fact that is perhaps not the case. Hope that goes some way to answer the
Yeah, thank you
questions.
very much.
Yeah.
We still have, I think, a few minutes left, and I still see a question from our audience online. Please go on with your question, Ibu Maila or Desmaliza. Hello, are you still with us? You still mute your microphone.
Unmute.
Please unmute
Okay,
your yes.
thank you.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really like to be here. And my name is Desmaliza, but you can call me Iza. I'm now in the UK for studying. So thank you for Dr. Philip Henry and Dr. Nadir Sahosen, and also for the moderator. I would like to ask you two questions. The first one, we know that the UK or United Kingdom supports multiculturalism and also peace. But I found out that British Prime Minister Liz Truss states that she is a huge Zionist. Can we say that she is a radical because she pledged support to Israel? That's the first one. And the second one is, what do you think about what Israel's doing to Palestine. Do you think that it is a kind of radicalization or more or less? And what is the reason? Thank you so much. That's from me.
Okay, Isa, thank you. Thank you.
One question, or is there any other question? I think that's enough. Yeah. Yes. Actually, I have also a question, if I'm allowed to ask question too. But well, the time is almost almost end. Yeah. Now I would invite to answer Dr. Henry and Dr. Nadir Hussein to respond that question.
Okay.
I think the question directed to Phil, so please.
Okay, so I'll talk to the political one first. Liz Truss as a Zionist, I think the challenge with engaging at the personal level or with political positions is one that, as we have seen in the current debacle that is the current government in the UK, that far too much is made of personal and overlapping political references without any kind of evidence to support what it is that is going on in the background. I think your second question about Israel and Palestine, and so it's very difficult to comment on what I think, what if I personally think Liz Truss's position is, because I'm not clear about what that is. But on your second question about what I think Israel are doing to Palestine, I think the challenge that we have with the Israeli-Palestinian position is one that is embedded in a historic set of circumstances and reference points that are not insurmountable and that have over time been managed in terms of peace and conflict negotiation and efforts to shift the landscape there. I think, however, back to the notion of aggressive nationalisms or the kinds of nationalisms that have a very right-leaning or right-wing approach as a consequence of what their intentions are. I think the question of the extent to which the protectionism of Israel has overstepped the mark in terms of international law probably speaks for itself on a number of occasions. And the United Nations have consistently talked about and attempted to rein in those efforts, and particularly in those territories where there is land dispute and the land that has been claimed, and West Bank and Gaza as well, where there is an ongoing and constant almost undermining of social structure and function as a consequence of the conflict that continues to happen. There needs to be a resolution, a peaceful resolution. And whilst the two-state response seemed to be a way forward, and when Hamas, in the political sense, were provided with an opportunity to govern, I think the internal factiousness that still persists there is not helpful in terms of being able to get that negotiation back on track. And I feel and I fear that the position of Israel in terms of its often repressive actions, they would say are retaliatory, but often raise questions about the nature and the consistency of their approach, and whether or not the level at which violence meets violence is actually part fundamentally of the problem in that part of the world, is probably why we're still talking about it. And we've not seen that significant shift that we thought we might see, particularly with the Norwegian engagement through the UN, which may have supported a shift. And you have to look at the geopolitical landscape as well in terms of how that plays out, and the extent to which those that could influence that position, most essentially vis-a-vis the United States of America, could do more and probably should do more in terms of finding that resolution.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Nadir, do you want to add some comments or? Yes.
I have nothing further to add.
Oh, okay, yes. Well, the time is now in Lombok is like 4 p.m. and according Hello, yes. And according to our schedule that the session will end at 4 p.m. Lombok time. And well, thank you very much for your attention and very nice presentation. Again, thank you for Professor Henry and Professor Nadir Shah Hussain. We hope we can discuss with you again in the other moment, whether this is about the Muslim society or about the radicalization. And I think because there are many, some want to ask questions, but because the time is over, then we have to close this session. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thanks for having me. Salam sehat semuanya.
Yes. Do we have any photo session? Yeah, please do not leave us first because we want to take a picture. Yes. Committee, please. Oh, screen. Yeah, we want to take a screenshot for all of us. Wait a moment, please. One. It's done? Hello? Okay, thank you very much. We have taken a picture already. Yes.
Oke, terima kasih. Mohon pamit ya.
Yes, terima kasih. Thank you again, Dr. Henry and Dr. Nadir Shah Hussain. Ya,
Thank
ini
you. Waalaikumsalam.
siapa sekarang sesinya masih? Parallel session, yeah. I think we still need one more session on parallel session. Please go to the respective room here, room 1, room 2, and room 3. We still have 1 hour for the parallel session. Thank you. Oh, bisa minta nganu sebentar Mas. Ini mau MOU sebentar aja sama Jambi itu. Ditampilkan di situ tanda tangan saja. Iya.
Ntar saya koplo lagi di sini. Sebentar biar dirapihin dulu. Iya, nanti ada 2 gitu. Jadi ada penandatanganan, ada itunya, MOU-nya. Ntar. Iya. Sebentar, Pak. Olahraga dulu, stretching dulu.
Di oven. Di oven gimana, Mas?
Enggak usah deh. Enggak juga enggak apa-apa sih. Bapak Ibu yang ada di Zoom, mohon menunggu sebentar. Akan ada penandatanganan MOU antara UIN STS Jambi dengan UIN Mataram. Sebentar, sedang persiapan. Oke. Sudah ya? Ibu mohon maaf, ini jangan berdiri di depan ini. Ya. Sudah siap ya Pak ya? Oke. Siap menandatangani. Oke. Baiklah Bapak Ibu semuanya, sekarang akan dilakukan penandatanganan MOU antara UIN Mataram dengan UIN STS Jambi. Di sini UIN Mataram diwakilkan oleh Bapak Wakil Direktur Pasca Sarjana. Kemudian UIN Jambi akan diwakilkan oleh langsung Direktur Pasca Sarjana UIN STS Jambi. penandatanganan sedang dilakukan UIN STS Jambi dan UIN Mataram. Mas Hanan silahkan difoto. Senyum Pak, senyum. Ada yang ketinggalan. Oke, terima kasih, selesai sudah penandatanganan MOU antara UIN STS Jambi dan UIN Mataram. Bu Nur ini aktif banget dan dia itu salah satu pengelola jurnal UIN Jakarta. Silakan Bapak Ibu yang mau submit jurnal kolaborasi kerjasama dengan jurnal hukum dan ekonomi bisa ke Bu Nur Hidayah.
Jadi gimana? Saya harus masuk ke dunia ya? Yang offline.
Cek.
Oke. Ini yang ini aja Pak. Oke, siap.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. The Honorable Organized Committee, Honorable all of presenter. First of all, let us thanks to the Almighty of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, because of His blessing we are able to come here to join in this conference. Let's open our meeting by saying Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. For the next agenda is presentation session. There are 6 presenters. The first presenter Ibu Nur Hidayah, and the second presenter Kemas Imron Rosadi, Mustafa Kaspatul Anwar et al. And the third Ahmad Sukri and Sukarno. And fourth presenter Tati Wulandari, Mursalin Saroni, Sodia et al. Fifth presenter Diana Roslin et al. And sixth presenter Dion Gonanto et al. For the first turn will be given by the first presenter. Please welcome to Mrs. Nur Hidayah. Where is Ibu Nur Hidayah?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, Pak.
For the first time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before we have 1 hour for presenter. Every presenter have 5 until 7 minutes to present his paper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Moderator, for giving me the opportunity to present my research entitled Islamic Feminism in Indonesia, the case of Vicky Anissa program Pre-3M/Rahima. Ini nggak bisa jalan ya. Nextnya gimana nih? Ini kok nggak bisa jalan ya? Ada yang bisa bantu? Oh oke, sorry. Oke, ya. The rise of transnational Islamist group in Southeast Asia in the 1970s and 1980s emerged in parallel with the modernization and democratization in the region, including in Indonesia. Both processes of Islamization and modernization have influenced Muslim women's life in Indonesia as they have to face the intertwined challenges of the struggle of the state and the political Islam over Islamization and social development, where women are often treated as one of the contested issue. However, instead of emphasizing a realistic endeavor to fulfill and manifest the Islamic principles of equality, justice, and fairness for all citizens in the pursuit of Islamic State, the project of Islamization often has more emphasis on symbolic politics than tend to discriminate against women and minority rights. Okay, my paper argued that Muslim women activists in Indonesia have not been passive victims of this contestation, but rather actively struggle within it and even further significantly contributed to reforming Islamic discourses on women's rights. However, such activism is influenced by the broader structure of state power and the local socio-political context. The fact that currently political party with Islamic ideology bid a coalition with incumbent ruling party has put the state in an ambivalent position toward gender issue, reflected in the contradictory gender policy. Similar controversy have also spread over the legislation as some controversial gender issues such as domestic violence, anti-pornography, the counter-legal draft to the compilation of Islamic law and the draft for the amendment of the state law on health and over the state issue of abortion. Under such circumstances, how do Muslim women respond to such issue? As they just passive victim, or do they actively respond to such politicians? Okay, the methodology data analysis will use a qualitative descriptive approach. In this study, data were collected through observation and reading observation were made to observe, feel, understand the Fiqh Nisa and Rahima program through interview with Muslim women activists to obtain the information needed for the research. In addition, the author also read previous study data relevant to the study to support the research argument. And the result is that Pre-3M is an NGO affiliated with the Nahdlatul Ulama, and Pre-3M was founded in 1983 in line with the transformation of Indonesian Muslim from the tendency of formal political Islam to the socio-cultural development of Islam. Its emancipatory Islamic visions aim to transform NU, Nahdlatul Ulama, valuable traditionalist Islamic discourse into a progressive one, including the one on gender issue. Analysis of social and class injustice, which is P3M primary concern, has begun to include gender analysis since the joining of staff such as Liz Marcus Nasir and Farhad Cici with the existence of the Fiqh Nisa program at P3M. The Fiqh Nisa program emphasis on the contextualization approach to understanding versus and reflecting on the context of gender-biased religious texts. The pesantren feminist method, their typical model in constructing Fiqh Nisa, is to understand the Quran and Hadith by separating their teaching into two categories, namely universal principle and qat'i, and operational technical provision or zoni. Women feminists add the principle of justice, equality, deliberation, musawarah, mu'asyarah bil ma'ruf, and ta'awun as universal principle which reinforce the teaching of the Quran about this principle and must be implemented in all things including daily affairs in family life. Rahima later adopted the P3M Fiqh Nisa program along with the Reformation and Transformation period. In an interview conducted by the researchers such as Farha Cici, as one of the women activists, she said that Rahima was built with various backgrounds, not only struggling with religious issue, but also advocacy, both national and international. With this transformation, the focus of Fiqh Nisa program has also shifted not only to women's reproductive rights, but also to gender issue in Islam. Okay, the discussion, assessment and reinterpretation, even at certain level, the construction of gender-biased interpretation and understanding of Islam become very important. Fiqh always has a plurality of opinion. There are no absolution. This indicates the relatively and contextuality of thought. When viewed from a discourse perspective on gender, Nahdlatul Ulama can be traced back to Hasim Ash'ari thought that teaching women to write and read was permissible. By using the rule al-ahkam yaduru ma'illatihi wujudan wa adaman, Hasim Ash'ari broke the opinion forbidding women from joining and active in public life. This study was also later developed on the problem of khalwat and the female learning processes, which is usually a male teacher using the same rule. He explained that the law of learning was initially makruh, but it was safe, and then the law became mubah. The gender discourse continued to proliferate. Several studies in Indonesia that discusses pesantren women and knowledge on gender and Islam, gender and politics, and gender and democracy has also successfully demonstrated by several researchers. Gender study in the context of women presidential discourse was discussed by Don Harden and Robinson. Polygamy in the post-reform democratic culture is written by Brenner, and the critical Islamic financial agency Piety Woman was discussed by Rinaldo. Other researchers aim to promote gender equality, which is women, business, and law, by the World Bank. The result of this study indicate that on average women only have 3/4 of the legal right granted to women. Therefore, observing the law and regulation that limit women's economic right is considered essential to serve as the basis for recommendation of the legal reform toward gender equality. The research discusses progressive Muslim gender activism in response to socio-political situations that affect women, especially using the case study of the Fiqh Nisa program of P3M and Rahima. Okay. In the interview, Liz Marcus said that Rahima organization focus on reforming Fiqh discourse, might be responding to broader critique of the work of the Muslim reformists such as Aminah Wadud, Rifat Hassan, and Asma Barlas. They reinterpret the Quran using a women perspective but ignore the influence culture that makes up Fiqh. Farha Cici also said the Fiqh Nisa program focus has shifted to women reproductive rights into gender issue in Islam after Rahima adopted its approach. The program was carried out as a step in the transformation dakwah. Rahima main program is the cadre of the female ulama or pengkaderan ulama perempuan, which was initiated in 2005. Rahima has also actively disseminated the idea on gender equality Islam to the grassroots level through gender consciousness raising and women empowerment program, particularly for women in the Muslim community, especially in the pesantren. Amidst this struggle and its achievement, Rahima has been criticized for not for morally focusing on reforming Islamic discourse as implying that religious was the only and the sole contributing factor to the Muslim women's subordinated and marginalized position. Thus, the influence and the transformation has affected the perceived, so limited in depth and breadth. Some scholars argue that on the scriptural sources need to freeze Muslim women's social status and the leave other concepts essential for women empowerment such as poverty, elimination and welfare state underdeveloped. And such, its influence and the transformation it causes are considered too limited in depth and breadth. Okay, I come to the conclusion that Rahima gender discourse and activism have been shaped mainly by socio-political circumstances. Rahima contributed significantly to reforming Islamic discourse and gender by shifting the tendency of previous religious scripturalism that adhered to the ideology of gender inequality to become Islamic feminism, which aspired to gender equality. Rahima actively disseminated her idea about gender equality in Islam through programs to increase gender awareness and empowerment, especially women in the Muslim community. However, such activism is influenced by the broader state power structure and local socio-political dynamic. Rahima was criticized for focusing on reforming Islamic discourse, implying that religion was the only contributing factor to the subordinated and marginalized position of Muslim women. The lack of broader structural change, the progressive Muslim women organization impact is partly attributed to the organization internal challenges, the country's ambivalent gender policy, and the complex and diverse reality of Muslim gender politics. Rahima need to regenerate progressive thought on the issue of women's rights and gender equality, along with the advocacy effort in the field of continuing to engage with the reality of women's life at the practical level. Rahima's method, paradigm, argument, and implementation technique in fighting gender equality must be formulated systematically. Thus, it is hoped that there will be a democratic dialogue with various methods permanently directed at groups that demand such explanation. The research has a limitation of studying only one case study, so it recommends further research to use multiple case studies in order to broaden the scope of the research. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Nur Hidayah. Give applause our first presenter. Okay, the second presenter, Mas Imran Atal, the title Strengthening Emotional Intelligence, Spiritual Intelligence, and School Culture on Student Character. Mas Imran, you are in Zoom, no? Okay, thank you.
Oh iya, silakan. Oh iya, silakan. Oh iya, saya belum stop share.
Masuk Zoom lain
Saya
soalnya.
stop share dulu. Terima
Iya,
kasih.
nggak apa-apa. Ini yang di sini di Zoom yang lain.
Oh, Pak. Iya.
Kita ngomong.
Oh, Mr. Kamal.
Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Introduce my name is Abu Salam. Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University. I am present in title the term adl in Quran perspective of Tafsir Maqasid Ibn Ashur, author and Dr. Jawar Azizi and Abu Salam. Introduction. The variety of lafaz in the Quran is not only for decoration and beauty or about synonyms, but also has a special significance of purpose. Next, Ibnu Ashur proposed linguistic approach to meaning construction. Is linguistic analysis was to by on points the present the maqasid of one lafaz. When presented with fi'il mudhari derivation, the characteristic of term adl that are oriented towards social community. A relation must be reviewed. This can be seen in the interpretation of Quran Surah Al-An'am ayat 1. Kemudian next, this research focuses on the term adl as ism masdar. The author choose the derivation of ism masdar because it is the origin of another derivation. The Quran mentioned it more than other derivation, so the meaning will be broad. What is the meaning of maqasid term adl in the Quran? Method this article qualitative method content analysis and interpretation of Ibnu Ashur Maqasidi. Maqasid term al-adl in the Quran in term and example of the choose by the moral. Table 1 refers the themes first studied. Remembering the blessing and being afraid of the afterlife. Next, table 2, information the maqasid surah in which there is the term adl. Conclusion. The conclusion of the paper, this paper, so the term adl in the Quran has first meaning according to its context and maqasid. First, the affirmation that there is an equation in the object. The use of ism masdar on term adl in the Quran aims to restore the original function of ism term adl which can be applied to term mu'annath. Redundant nor and Allah used term adl as a signal that our object has a common portion and influence. Second, as a way to will pitch term adl contain benefit ridho attitude and honesty. Third, as a universal concept in regulating affairs. And this paper is only limited to the term adl. The author suggests to later studies to explore maqasid term that are considered to by synonyms with the term adl. This zone to solve that the variety in the Quran has different maqasid. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Kemas Imran for the third presenter, Ahmad Sukri and Sukarno. The title, The Effect of Self-Awareness and Critical Thinking Ability on Student.
Okay.
Ability to do scientific activities. Okay.
Well, thank you, moderator. Well, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, here I would like to present my result of research. That actually this research is one of my series of research about critical thinking. So today, I would like to present my article that the title is The Effect of Self-Awareness and Critical Thinking Ability on Student Ability to Do Scientific Activities. Oh my God. Introduction. Self-awareness is one of important factor in human success and satisfaction in living daily life. This is aligned with the opinion of Dario that self-awareness provides positive support for life satisfaction. Also, Akbar say that there is positive relationship between a person's level of religiosity and self-awareness. In this study, it was explained that the better the level of self-awareness, that more religious they would be. Another study also states that self-awareness also played a role in increasing of person awareness of protective himself from certain diseases. It can be understood that self-awareness has a positive effect on the success of an individual life in almost all areas of life. Therefore, the ability of self-awareness must be developed by teacher and lecturer in their learning process. In addition, another factor that is very influential in the success of individual life is a critical thinking skill. For example, in learning activities, thinking skills are very influential on student achievement. Nur Fitrianti say that critical thinking skills have a positive effect on student learning outcome. And the next, that factor very influential for the success human in the future is scientific activities. As we know that scientific activities is integrated into systematic action and behavior. The scientific activities reinforce the scientific method, which include observation, problem formulation, fact-finding, data analysis. In the study of philosophy, scientific activity or scientific method is one approach that can be taken by human to seek the truth. Also, we can say that scientific activities include observation, problem formulation, fact-finding, and data analysis. For physics education students and even the general public cannot escape scientific activities. Therefore, effort to examine what factor affect the ability of student scientific activities must be continued. Unfortunately, empirical research related to this is still very limited. Several studies related to the ability of scientific activities were carried out, among other by Aulia 2020 on scientific reasoning. He stated that scientific reasoning is intended as the ability to think systematically and logically to solve problems using scientific method, including in the process of evaluating facts, making prediction and hypotheses. In the addition, research of the factor that affect person's ability to carry out scientific activities is still relatively small. Rela say that scientific methods include activities to make observation and conduct experiment to the hypothesis and conclude, and also communicating result of research. So this research is using method was quantitative approach with the data acquisition technique carried out by TESS. This study involved 18 students from the Physics Education Department in State University of Sultan Taha Saifuddin Jambi. The self-awareness test instrument used of this study was a questionnaire. Based on the score, we can group it into high, medium, and then low category. As for the critical thinking skill variable, the test instrument used in the form of essay question with the kinematic physics concept background. In this case, the ability to carry out scientific activities is limited to 5 aspects. They are observation, classification, measurement, data collection, and making simple report. Furthermore, to test the level of influence between variables, use the correlation test with the person correlation technique and continue with the F test. The result and discuss. Based on the result of tests or measurement carried out using the instrument that have been prepared, then quantification carried out of each research variable. This done by perform classification or category ability to each variable. The result of categorization of each variable can be seen in the table. Based on table 1 or in the screen, we can see that actually self-awareness, critical thinking skill, and also scientific activities ability are generally good. Thus, in general, it can be said that ability of physics education, that is self-awareness, critical thinking skill, and ability scientific activities is relatively good. Furthermore, determined to correlation between variable, a correlation test was conducted using person correlation. The result we can see in the table 2, and based on table 2, we can see that actually based on the value of significance, we can see self-awareness and scientific activities is 0.00, less than 0.05. Thus, it can be understood that there is a significant correlation between variable self-awareness and scientific activities. Furthermore, for the critical thinking skill variable, the value of significance is also 0.00, less than 0.05. This means that there is also a significant correlation between critical thinking skill and scientific activities. We can see in the next, table 4, model ANAVA. Based on the model ANAVA, we can also say that based on score of significance 0.00, that means less than 0.05. It can be said that self-awareness and critical thinking skill simultaneously affect the Y variable. This is also reinforced by the calculate of F value 313.11 more than F table 3.22. Based on this result,
we can say that actually another factor, critical thinking skill, self-awareness, simultaneously affect to the scientific activities. And then our result of research conclusion are, we can see that actually self-awareness had a positive effect on the ability of basic education student in carry out scientific activities, with the correlation is 0.845 with the high category. As for the variable of the influence of a critical thinking skill on the ability of carry out scientific activities, we can also say that basic education student, the correlation was 0.818 with the high category. In addition, based on the F-test, it can be said that self-awareness and critical thinking skill simultaneously affect the Y variable. So we can say that actually two variables is very effective to support scientific activities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Ahmad Sukri. The fourth presenter, Tati Wulandari. Tati Wulandari in this room or in Zoom? Would you please to present your favor? 5 minutes until 7 minutes. Wulandari, Tati Wulandari. The title, Children-Friendly School in Indonesia, Validity and Reliability of Evaluation Questionnaire. Nothing. Okay, for the next presenter, Diana Roselyn and Muhammad Rozali et al. The title, The Influence of Jambi Malay Language News Toward the Implementation of Islamic Aqidah Educational Values at Orang Rimba. Would you please to present your paper, 5 until 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, let me present our article. The title of our article is The Influence of Jambi Malay Language Used Toward the Implementation of Islamic Aqidah Educational Values at Orang Rimba. Jambi Malay language and Kubu dialect or Orang Rimba dialect have many differences in their vocabulary, especially in conveying the values of Islamic Aqidah education should use a certain strategies so that what is conveyed can be understood well. Based on the data, Orang Rimba or Kubu who lived in Lubuk Kayu Aro embrace Islam, but their understanding of Islamic are not very good. Ustadz Asman Hatta said that understanding condition of Orang Rimba about Islam was not consistent yet in carrying out Islamic teaching. They profess Islam but do not perform prayer, fasting, and zakat. Even most of them return to consume foods that are forbidden in Islam. Language function as a tool for integrating social adaptation and launching activities. When adapting in social environment, person will choose the language depend on the situation and condition faced. The intersection between Jambi Malay language and Orang Rimba dialect has been going on for a long time. Both groups try to understand what the interlocutor wants. Sometimes the conversation was done slowly so that what it conveys can be well received. The purpose of our research, this paper will examine more about the effect of using Jambi Malay language in implanting the values of Islamic Aqidah education at Orang Rimba groups, and to explore the strategies I used in implanting Islamic Aqidah values to Orang Rimba at Lubuk Kayu Aro. The theory that we use, especially language, from Haryati 2019, and then for strategy we use Heri Cahyono 2016. And then for the methodology, kind of research, of course, qualitative. And then for sample, we take purposive sampling technique. And then data collection technique, like observation, interviews, and documentation. The last one, for data analysis technique, we use descriptive technique. Our findings are the effect of using Jambi Malay language at the beginning of preaching didn't have a negative effect to Orang Rimba. The researchers asked to Orang Rimba, did ever happen a misunderstanding when Ustad gave a lecture using Jambi Malay language? And then the answer from one of the members of Orang Rimba group was, this is in their language. And then in English, Alhamdulillah, as far as we know, never. We certainly know what he explained, although some of them. The vocabulary that used by Ustad by mixing Jambi Malay language and Orang Rimba dialect, for example, I will use in their language. Kalau ada masalah kita, serahkan semuanya pada Allah, karena hanya Allah yang bisa mengasih jalan. Sedangkan manusia cuma bisa bantu. This is a combination between Jambi Malay language and Orang Rimba dialect. In English, if there is a problem, believe it to Allah, because only Allah can give the way, while humans only help. Okay, the second findings. The researchers also asked to Orang Rimba, which one do you like when you start doing a preaching using Jambi Malay language or mixing them between Jambi Malay language or Orang Rimba dialect? And then in English, we understand what is being said when the Ustad uses Jambi language, even though half of it. But if it is mixed with Orang Rimba language, we are happy. And more better if Ustad use our language. This explanation showed that Orang Rimba society more comfort if Ustad spoke in their language than Jambi Malay language. To teach new belief to marginalized group, Ustads must use a special approach that was not the same as another approach taken in rural or urban communities. Okay, the next. The strategy that was used by Ustad in conveying the values of Islamic Aqidah education among the residents of Orang Rimba Lubukayo Aro, there are 3 points. The first, exemplary; the second one, habituation; and the last one, advice. We describe the values of Islamic Aqidah education to Orang Rimba by giving an example first. How to pray properly and correctly, how to perform ablution, which one is halal and not halal food, and so on. So they can easily understand through the examples we teach. Educators set an example through good exemplary stories, such as the history of the prophets, friends of Rasulullah, and heroism stories in Islam. The goal is Orang Rimba can make these figures as example in their lives, as stated by the Ustad. To make them understand about the values of Islamic Aqidah education is not short. It takes 2-3 years to make them understand and implement it properly and correctly. Conclusion: the delivery of Islamic Aqidah educational values using Jambi Malay language to Orang Rimba group initially encountered a few obstacles. Then Ustad tried to understand and learn the Orang Rimba dialect, and finally did code mixing in communicating. The second one, material delivery that related to Islamic Aqidah educational values is carried out using a personal approach strategy, consisting the first exemplary, habituation, the last one is advice. Okay, this is the documentation when they do reading of the Holy Quran, Hijaiyah letters, and Iqra. And then the last, this is also the examples, the documentation. I think it's enough. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Diana Roslin. We call again Tati Wulandari. Okay. Tati Wulandari. Okay, for the last presenter, Dion Ginanto. Dion Ginanto in this room or in the Zoom meet? Okay. Once again, Dion Ginanto, tell the title of paper, parental involvement in a boarding school context, study from Indonesia. Okay, I think Mrs. Diana Roslin, the last presenter for this time. Any question for all presenter for this evening? All not at all? Okay, I think our presentation for this evening, we close. Before we close this presentation today, I will say thank you for all your participant. Let's give applause for all presenter once again. Okay, give applause for all presenter for this evening. Okay, I will say thank you for all your participation. Hopefully this presentation today will be benefit for us. To close this conference, let's say Alhamdulillah together. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
mau foto. Fotoin kita.
Kita mau kayak speech flower. Habis ini mau kita bikinin jadi status.
Ya ngobrol aja.
Ngobrol aja cerita. Nyalain. Udah foto aja sih, berisik banget. Kan gitu ya, harusnya ya, 5 ya. Oh gitu. Oh gitu, ya ya ya. telepon.